Sentry, hello. Gecko, Mohammed, Tournament King, Taki, hello. Welcome all. Let's just setting up the thumbnail real quick. Bossy, hello. Yeah, this is not one I normally try to stream, and I am sorry about that. $1,000 more credits. Do I want to do? Well, kind of don't want to waste any credits, so I'll probably just buy that. Glad you know my name. I mean, it seems like that's how you'd probably pronounce it, right? Yeah. It made sense to me. I mean, some people's names are hard to pronounce, but that one seems okay. Get missile rack? Oh, you mean the missile rack implant? I already have all of those. Oh, no. You're talking to Gecko. Dude. Should I get missile rack or stasis beam? Oh, definitely missile rack. Well, it depends on which one you're talking about. If you're talking about the missile rack 6, don't. Don't worry about missile rack 6. Just get the 8. Should I buy Cheetah? Probably not. Very, very, very few people use it late game. It's not that it's unusable. I feel like it's just not optimal, you know? Like, it's not the sort of thing where I would bring it into my matches and be like, oh, this is, you know, this is a nice challenge. It's really fun. It's just kind of like, it's not bad, really, but it's not good. It's just kind of there. Stormy, hello. Get Missile Rack 12, but Missile Rack 12 isn't in the progress path, so anyone who's free to play is not going to be able to get Missile Rack 12 until there's another event for it. Vuong, hello. Okay, let me show you something that I got an offer for literally just before I started. Wabam. Look at this. This will be nice. I had an offer for the 14 as well, but I'm not going to bother with the 14. The 14 was kind of garbage. But the 16 should be nice. Yes, I have Orion. I'm actually kind of liking it with Carbine, not going to lie. I already got Missile Rack 12 3 months ago. Yeah, I mean, same. I got it when it first came out. But it's not really something that's available for people to get anymore, you know? What's my favorite weapon and mech? My favorite weapon's probably got to be Arc Torrent. I just use it on everything. My favorite mech is probably Shadow, but my favorite mech for using Arc Torrent is probably Surge. I know it's sad that my favorite mech is technically the best mech now. So my favorite mech's gonna have to change pretty soon. But for the time being, I put so much work into getting good at Surge before the Surge buff. Like Stormy knows how hard it is to get good at Surge. Very steep learning curve. But I was before the buff, I was getting like 10 to 12 kills per game. And that is incredible with Surge the way that it was. So I feel like just the fact that I put in that much effort for it, I like using it a lot more. I probably won't use it as much. nowadays, but I do keep it in my hangar as like a panic mech as opposed to stalker. Good morning, Spiky. Would you add killshot in your hangar? Nope, I would not. I don't use killshot at all. Grav Beam 10 and Arc 6 on your shadow. Yeah, I don't have Grav 10. Totally worth it though. Agreed. Agreed, Stormy. There is probably no better feeling in the game than when you were able to get like 10 to 12 kills with a surge, because you know that literally no one's expecting that. Cuz it's basically unheard of. I would try to do that with Arachnos, but I genuinely don't believe Arachnos is even really capable of that unless there's a significant level difference between you and your enemies. What's the hard part about learning how to play Surge? It's basically, I would say the hardest part is accepting that you don't always want your ability, and that your ability won't solve a lot of problems. It's different from how you would use Killshot, right? Because a lot of people, I don't use Killshot, but a lot of people do take Surge as okay, it's basically just Killshot, but instead of dealing damage, it just stuns people, right? It's absolutely wrong. You use it in an absolutely different way. Basically, the way that it had such little HP that, there was no room for error. Now there's some room for error, and it's not even close to being as hard to use as it used to be. But it still kind of holds true that in terms of its ability, you don't want to use it if it's going to put you in a bad spot. So it took extremely good map awareness and general enemy prediction to determine whether or not it was safe enough to actually use your ability and stun someone, kill them, and then either get back into cover or continue on your little killing spree. So you needed to really have a good idea of what was going on and be able to very accurately determine whether or not something was safe before even necessarily knowing what mech everyone's in, what weapons they're using, where exactly on the map that they are. You had to take everything into account. Tengu is my kill shot. Yeah. Kill shot's dumb. Tengu's fun though. Tengu's nice. It's not really a meta mech, so I respect anyone who uses a Tengu long term. Stalker max, yeah. Yeah, Stalker was one of the mechs that I maxed out. I'd say the speed of Surge played a big part before. Much slower before. That's true, but it is, yeah, the speed definitely made a big difference, but to me anyway, at least the way that I played it, I feel like the HP did a little bit more. Just because there was absolutely no room for error, period. Also with the Surge stealth now and the increased radius, it keeps you alive easier, so it's nice. I like it the way that it is, but kill shot with missile racks early game and end game is deadly. I mean, yeah, kill shot with anything any time of the game is deadly. I'm not going to deny that. I don't not use kill shot because I don't think it's good. I feel like that's where people lose me. Is they hear that I don't use kill shot and they're like, "What? But it's super good with this thing." It's like, "Yeah, I know. It's super good with everything. That's why I don't use it." I recommend people use Killshot though. I really do. Do you like Surge better than Killshot because Surge has a stun ability? I like Surge better than Killshot because Surge used to take a lot more skill to play. Killshot is, I don't want to say brainless, but between all of the different mechs, Killshot and Panther have the easiest learning curve. It is incredibly easy to pick them up and almost immediately start doing very well with them very early game when you have little when you have little game experience, and when you start relying on, and when you're able to rely on something that early in the game with that little experience, then you know that it's got a very easy learning curve. Is that a problem? No. It doesn't matter if it's easy to use or not easy to use. I personally prefer using things that are harder to use, and that's just my preference. So, like, before anyone gets offended by, oh, but Killshot takes lots of skill to do this, that, the other. It's like, you can apply skill to anything. I understand that. But this is general learning curve. And Killshot and Panther are simply easier to learn. And that's all there is to it. I'm freezing. What? It's your car. Hello. I don't know. I don't think that's me. What's your least favorite mech and weapon? I would say my least favorite mech is probably, in terms of like which one, I'm gonna interpret this as which mech am I the least satisfied with? Like, which one do I really not like it the way that it is? And I would have to say Arachnos, because Arachnos is garbage. There is the devs, I don't care if you got it for free. I really don't. Because the amount of work that you had to do to complete the Arachnos Derby event is probably more than the amount of work that it would take to get the resources to buy Panther or Killshot or any of these other really good mechs. I don't, like, regardless of whether or not you, quote, technically had to spend resources to get Arachnos, so it's, quote, technically free, is no excuse, literally no excuse to make it as bad as it is. Like, there is no excuse for them to make Arachnos so bad. To the point of where it is actually unusable late game. Like, you can try to use it, but it's not going to end well for you. Like, it's not something you can really apply much skill to either, because its ability simply does nothing. So you have to rely on its HP and speed and whatever, other weapons you have. But, if you're relying solely on your weapons, you could do that on any other mech. So in order to apply reasonable amounts of skill, you have to at least have an ability or general stats to work with, and you don't. The HP is subpar. The speed is horrible. And the ability, basically, it may as well not even exist. So, it's not, yeah. It's really, really bad. And I very much dislike that. To the point where it is probably my least favorite mech. Am I using Stalker? No, I am not. At the moment, anyway. Actually, I haven't used Stalker in a minute. Do you guys know if we're playing matches? If you mean customs, no, we're not. We're not doing customs. That's Sundays. What mech am I maxing? That actually depends on what the poll results are. There's a poll. I made a community post. When was it? Yesterday, I think. I didn't give people a whole lot of time. but if you want, you can go vote in it right now. There's 58 votes. The majority of people said Lancer, which I figured they would, but that's fine. I do use Killshot because I have made him much stronger than ever. I mean, he's just a generally strong mech, and it's easy to use, but that's a good thing, right? Easy to use means it's less likely that you're going to screw something up and get yourself killed. Should I use Brickhouse? If you have it and it's a higher rank or level than any of your other things, then sure. I encourage people who bought Brickhouse, I encourage them to use it at least up until they get the rest of their mechs and weapons to, or at least the rest of their mechs to rank 5. Because it's, you know, it's usable as just like a source of, it's like a large source of HP. And it is okay. But if you don't have it, if you haven't bought it, I would not recommend that you buy it. When will I do a face reveal? I'm actually not sure. Not an official one, anyway. I did one on Twitch technically a while ago, but in terms of like an official one, I don't know. It's still just not super convenient for me. But I've been kind of thinking about it. You asked whether to max out Lancer, Reknos, or Brickhouse. Why not use those resources to upgrade Orion? I will tell you why. The reason is because Orion's ability basically just makes it so that you can fairly easily counter like really strong mechs, like people who are a lot stronger than you. It's actually it's pretty easy to counter them with the ability. Plus, later I will probably just buy all of these. I can get some playoff points, get a bunch of blueprints, get a bunch of credits for basically the same price that I otherwise would. I added them and I don't regret it. Yeah, no, Brickhouse is a good choice for a little while. It remains a good choice for a little while, but I don't think that the time he spends in your hangar that you actually like it there is long enough to really justify the amount of credits that you have to purchase him for. So, if you haven't bought it yet, then I wouldn't really recommend that you do. Which mech should I max, Panther or Killshot? Probably Panther. But it depends on which one you prefer more, honestly. If you use Killshot more than Panther, then you probably should just max out Killshot, right? Because then you're getting the most immediate benefit, because that's the one that you always use. I left playing with Arachnos 1 year back because when I found out it's useless in a garbage mech, yeah. But that's just, I don't know. I don't like that, you know? I really wish that it was not super bad like that. It really should be more balanced. Do I like Lancer? Yeah, it's alright. What's the mech choices? Lancer, Arachnos, and Brickhouse. Anybody who hasn't voted, go ahead and vote in the poll. It's a community post, so you're going to have to leave the stream for a minute. But, yeah, I don't think it's... I think enough people voted for Lancer that I'm not entirely sure it's going to change, so just heads up. That's why I added Zephyr instead of Arachnos. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Three stars on your favorite weapons can make all the difference. Never give up on them. A good example is shotgun 8s. I mean, I always loved shotguns, and that came partially from from my War Robots experience, because when I started playing Mech Arena, actually, was still around the time that shotguns for War Robots were like super OP. So I was just kind of in the mindset of like, oh, shotguns are great, but they are, and I used and liked the shotgun 8s before they did the buff. They didn't need the buff. They didn't need the damage buff. Am I the only one that thinks Perkow's base HP should be higher than Ares and Chucky's base HP since he doesn't have a shield? No, you're not. In fact, one of his quote perks is that he's like super durable or some such bullshit. Let me see. Mobile Fortress, unbelievably tough with high energy capacity. Demands the attention of multiple opponents to take it out. Absolutely freaking not. None of that was true. I mean, it's got decent energy capacity, but really none of that was true. And yeah, it's it should definitely have more HP than any of the other tanks if it's going to have a perk dedicated to that. What should I upgrade first, kill shot or stalker? It depends on which one you use more, and it also depends on what the levels are. If your kill shot's rank 5 but your stalker's rank 3, then you should probably upgrade your stalker. Just as an example. But if they're the same rank and same general rank and level, but you use your kill shot a lot more than you use your stalker, probably want to upgrade your kill shot. But if you use your kill shot more than your stalker, but the weapons that you're using on kill shot are like double arc 10s, and you want to keep using arc torrent, but you don't have the 12s. So even if you got him to max, then it's not like you would change the weapons. But you have your stalker with a disc 12 and a disc 8, and you're trying to max them out so that you can put on 2 disc 12s. Then stalker is the better choice because that's the one that actually makes more of a difference if you were to max it out in terms of weapons. There is a lot that goes into which mech you should level up, which mech you should max out, which mech you should put certain weapons on. There's a lot that goes into that, apart from just, it's not a concrete black and white thing that's the same for everyone. I hate all of those choices, so I won't vote. What would you say, Tournament King? Come on. You know me by now. I don't use OP things, really. At least I don't really like using OP things. My only other option would be Paragon, but I don't have near enough blueprints for him. It would still cost me like, I think, 2,500 A coins just to get the rest of the blueprints. If Grav Beam is Boom Laser, then shotguns are Boombox. Yes. Why do I only play Mech Arena? I play some other games. Not on YouTube, but I play Guns Up Mobile on Twitch. I've been looking into other mech games, but I haven't really found any that I particularly like. There's some good ones out there, but they all have... I'm really just looking for one that doesn't have bots, to be completely honest. But I'm pretty sure that the only one that even exists, the only mech game that even exists that doesn't have bots is War Robots. And, maybe it's worth going back to trying that, but I don't really... I've tried it sort of recently, and I wasn't super into it, to be honest. If you guys noticed that in the chat it says everyone who got Grav Beam, but doesn't say whoever didn't? Well, yeah, because otherwise it would just be constantly promoting people's failures. Like, it's pretty obvious that they didn't if it doesn't say anything. You know? Like, I'm okay with that. Would I add Stalker to my hangar? I mean, I could, but I think at the moment I kind of like what I've got going here. I'd probably swap it for Redux if I did. Do you agree that Orion is a totally OP mech? No, actually. I was actually someone who said that it was totally OP when it first came out because, um, well, for several reasons. First off, it's pretty good for bot farming. And on the test server, everything looks better than it technically is. But second off, I actually hadn't really considered everything before making that assessment. Which was stupid on my part, because I am the one who says, you know, the key elements to making a mech OP are its general survivability. And Orion does not have any type of aid to its general survivability. It's got decent HP, but the HP doesn't really mean a whole lot, right? Like if somebody's coming at you with rank 6 missile rack 12, it's going to take one shot whether or not you got a tank, whether or not you got a shadow. It doesn't matter. It's always going to take one shot. And that's just the amount of firepower that's in the game. And that just generally makes HP pools somewhat irrelevant in a lot of cases. Which is why I said that, you know, Surge didn't need an HP buff, but we'll get into that. Well, I've gotten into that. I say that we'll get into that, but I have gotten into that before, and I won't get into it again. So I won't get into it. But yes, that was a wrong assessment on my part. And I would say that Orion is actually like really good for bridging gaps between power. Like if you're a low power player and you've got a rank 4 Orion like I do, and let's say rank 5 weapons, a rank 4 rare pilot, like I was top MVP against a full squad of like 6,000 squad power players in a tournament match. Literally the first day that I got this thing. And it was rank 4. So the ability really helps to kind of bridge gaps between power, you know, because it allows everyone on your team to deal more damage to a specific target and multiple targets after they die. So it kind of just keeps the game from being quite so unfair, if it is unfair. I don't think that there's a lot of point for high power players to use it, though, because they already have so much firepower that they can destroy basically everything. And if they're up against other high level players, they're honestly better off using other mechs and abilities rather than using Orion, to be completely honest. Because yes, they can mark somebody and kill them slightly faster, but you know, marking someone takes time. Shooting them down takes time. As a high power player, you probably have enough firepower to kill them just with your weapons and other mech abilities in less time than that. So I don't think Orion is going to be a top meta for late game. I think it's going to be really good for like early and mid game though. If you go up against like pay to win people. Which mobile do you have? You asking what device I play on or like what platform? Because I play on Android. Did you try Shotgun 8 on Orion? I have not, actually. But considering my bots are higher, considering my bots are rank 5, Yeah, I have to make sure that I don't get too close to them. So shotgun is not super optimal for that. You got one fortune key in the thing. Oof. I got two. I didn't even realize that you could get one until kind of recently. That's really sad. Please give me 100 acorns. No. Graph beam is so freaking fun. Agreed. It is really nice. Do I have a PC? I do. I do. It's not a great one, so I can't really use it for playing a lot of games. Plus, I genuinely don't really enjoy PC controls, especially not for this game. Most mobile games, like this game, it offers you aiming correction. Guy hates bot in a bot game. Xeno, I think you have to realize that this game is allegedly a PvP game. It's not supposed to be a bot game. I feel like a lot of people continue playing this game not because they're looking for a fair PvP game, but because they like to get the easy kills, which makes them feel good. Which is fine, but that's not what they marketed the game as, and that's not why I started the game. Which means that I really dislike the bots. One fortune key club. Oscar, hello. Sounds like a you problem. It is a me problem. You don't have any PC? I mean, that's fine. You don't need it to play. You don't need to play this game. I haven't really come across any great PC games that I've really wanted to play, to be completely honest. Try Long Arm. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. Or I could even try Ghost Rifle. I would use my Long Arm 8s, but yeah, they're rank 3, so there's no way that they're going to do nearly as much as that will. Bots are kind of hard to kill, though. Only if you don't understand how they work. Ruffles kid you not, after using Orion. The annoying pay-to-wins I met every week kept losing to me. Orion made a big difference. It does, but again, it is more of an anti-pay-to-win mech than it is like a generalized OP mech. Like high-ranking, high-level players with max mechs of this, it's not going to do them a lot of good. Because again, they're already super high damage is just going to be, boosted by a bit more, and the half a second that it takes for them to kill you is going to be reduced to like a quarter of a second, which generally does not do anything. Like, generally speaking, like top-end players would only really be using the Hunter's Mark for the like 3 seconds of stasis that it gives them. And that's not worth it. They're better off using Stalker and just getting generally more damage. Is today Hangar reviews or Anger reviews? Probably later today, yes. Okay. So, we're going to wait a bit before maxing out Lancer, but I will max out Lancer this stream. For sure. I was kind of hoping people were going to say brick house, to be completely honest, because that sounds like something that would be fun. Lancer, I feel like Lancer is just the sort of thing where, you know, people just look at it and they're like, oh, it's Lancer, that would be funny, haha, Max Lancer. But more people max out Lancer just for the sake of saying that than they do Brick House because they actually want to see how good it is. Ah. Okay, that was kind of sad, my second shot there. Hey, 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 hey. There we go. Probably could have waited a second, but I guess he just gets destroyed by my team. Anyway. Take him. Aw, dang it. That was kind of sad. Can't believe I missed all those shots. I mean, I can believe it, but I don't like it. Oh, really? Fine. Oh, I missed. I didn't realize he was behind the wall when I first shot it. Yeah, like if I was using close range weapons on this, I would be dead a long time ago. Because I kind of just can't afford that. Ah ha ha. Fine. Dual Arc 6 is fun on Lancer? Yeah. I mean, Lancer's fun to use, but like, I really want to see how well I can do with Brick House because I feel like the biggest issue with Brick House is its energy capacity. You don't have a lot of decent weapon options, you know? Oh, I didn't realize I was about to win. Let me tell you a thing. You feel like you're playing Doom when you grab a pair of shotguns? I've actually never played Doom, which is sad to say. Eight kills. Only like 6 of them were with Orion though. 1v1. Tube, stop spamming. I will time you out. Okay, well. No. 1v1s are boring, and I don't really want to do them. They also create bad habits. They cause you to have tunnel vision, which is basically the exact opposite of the way that I like to play. And I will explain something to you guys real quick about the way that I play and the way that I'm able to the way that I'm able to actually effectively use this anti-meta strategy that I always use and actually do well with it. The reason that I'm able to do that is because I utilize less of like the just the general stats of a mech or a weapon, and I use more strategy in terms of placement. Like, let's say I've got my my shadow, right? Shadow's just kind of like a classic example of a good strategy mech. Somebody knows where I am. They see me go behind. They see me kill one of their bots and go behind a corner. If it's a 1v1, they're laser focused on me. They're going to be making sure that I don't move from that corner. They're going to be paying attention to everything that they see, everything that they don't see. They're going to be able to accurately, pinpoint where I'm at and make sure that I don't move. If it's a 5v5, then I'm able to let them, I can stay behind that corner. I can wait for them to take their focus off of me, start focusing on bots, and then after a little while, they lose track of me. I can move and they don't see me, and I can get a better position and get the drop on them, and take them out in a strategical, non-meta way. But when you are talking a 1v1 or even a 2v2 for the most part, what you're basically saying is, okay, if you were to stand both of these mechs out in the open and just like let them fully have at each other, that's the results that you're going to have. And that's basically just the general results every time. Like, there's very little actual strategy that you can put into it. Most of the time, the end results are the exact same results as if you just stood them out in the open and they just like hammered on each other until one of them died. Become one with the shadow. Oh, I'm always one with the shadow. On the test server, everyone was using the Grav Beam 12 and not the Grav Beam 10, right? Yes! I actually forgot to specify that I was using the 12 and not the 10 or 16. Well, I guess I couldn't have been using the 16, but I didn't specify that I was using the 12 and not the 10 on the test server, which I am sorry about. But yes, it was the 12. The reason that the 10 is in the events right now is because whoever gets the 12, if they did the 12 first, whoever got the 12, they're not going to bother trying to get the 10. They don't care. It's literally it's a lesser version of the same thing. But they released the 10 so that people want to get the 10, and then they're going to want to get the 12 too, because the 12 is even better than that, and then they're going to want to get the 16 because the 16 is even better than that. But if they release the 12 first, then people would just get that and they'd be like, yeah, okay, that's good enough for me. Conclusion: Shadow is a dang assassin. I mean, that's true, but like that goes for a lot of mechs besides Shadow. Shadow's just the easiest one for me to like allow you guys to visualize it, right? Because a lot of you have seen me play Shadow, and you've seen my Shadow strategies, which is mostly go up behind enemies, sneak up behind enemies, and hit their back lines where they feel the most secure. And also, never come from the same place twice. But it's the easiest one for me to like let you guys visualize, but it applies to everything that I do, more or less. I rely on having some form of distraction and keeping them from being absolutely laser focused on me the entire time. That's how I rely on. That's how I am able to do well with like non-meta stuff against 6,000 power players who are using like top meta stuff. Because otherwise, if I just full sent it towards them, I'm gonna die every time. Do you know the max damage of Grav Beam 10 and Grav Beam 12 per shot? I'm trying to figure it out. I would assume that 10 is just what would that be? 16.5. Yeah. It's like 16.5% less than the 12. So 1/6. Less power. So whatever the stats were for the 12, you can find that on any of the like basically any of the Grav Beam test server videos. The max stats. You take those stats and you just, subtract like 16.5, 16.6%, and you'll be fine. That should be what it is. Silent, hello. Tengu is Shadow with a different ability. I mean, it's just because it's got a small amount of stealth doesn't really make it a Shadow. The biggest misconception about stealth is that it actually keeps people from seeing you. But I won't get into that just yet because this is not a Shadow Guide stream. I could talk for hours about Shadow. But I will say this. You don't want to play any two mechs like they're the same mech. Ever. You don't want to be like, oh, well, I use Shadow like this, so I'll just use Tengu like this. And since they both got stealth, that should be fine. Oh, I use Killshot like this, so I can use Surge like that. They both got a dash, so that, similar ability, so it should be fine. Like, yes, they're similar abilities, but they're not the same ability. And those small differences make it much better to use completely different playstyles. Similar playstyles, maybe, but not the same. Lancer's overrated, to be honest. Greed Sentry. Greed. But it's fine. I will max that out first. That was the one that I said I was probably going to max that out first anyway. You want to see 1v1? No. I don't think anyone wants to see 1v1. Zaran, hello. What am I going to max out? I have not maxed it out yet. It'll be Lancer. Anyone who still hasn't voted can feel free to vote. But the odds are very much in Lancer's favor at the moment. Tube, I'm gonna put you in a timeout if you keep spamming. And if you continue to spam, then I may just have to block you from the channel entirely. Like, I'm not doing a 1v1. That should be painfully obvious at this point. Oh yeah, Lecky, I don't know what that says. Please keep it English only so that I can, so that me and the mods actually know what people are saying. How'd you get Orion? I bought tokens, unfortunately. Yes, I know. So horrible. Okay. I'm going to move this back to Carbine because I actually really enjoyed Carbine on this mech. And there are, honestly, very few mechs that I actually think work well with Carbine. So... I also wanted to ask, what if we got the Grav Beam 12, which has an implosion time of above 3 seconds on one arm, and we use Grav Beam 10 on the other arm? Will the implosion time for both times be... Using 2 beams reduces the time. They said that in the dev vlog, and that is the same with any beam weapon, or yeah, any cumulative effect, which is only, present on beam weapons at the moment. If you use 2 thermal lances, overheat applies faster. Even if they're 2 different, like, sizes, you could say. 2 different energies. Maybe one applies it faster, but they still stack. And they stack to apply the same effect faster than one could. Wait, what? I thought for sure I got him with that. Really shouldn't have wasted my ability on a dude that was already dead, huh? Okay, so now I need to do this and that. Wait, really? That's irritating. What is happening? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I've been having this problem. Kill shot's too fast. Well, the same applies to Shadow and Shadow and Surge. Those mechs are too fast for the Hunter's Mark to actually be able to hit them. Well, hi, you probably should have dropped some mines, Mr. Javelin Rack Boy. Next time you wreck me, better make sure to wreck me all the way. Or something, I don't know. Oh. See, if that was a bot, he would have frozen me. Because he would have had godlike reaction time, but also because even after you do something to them, a Zephyr can still freeze you. I have had a Zephyr literally freeze me after I system crashed it. And I know that I system crashed it because it had the little crash symbol above its head while I was sitting there frozen. And it just goes to show the delay in the EMP really makes a difference, and it's kind of a problem. I will do this to grant me some stealth, kinda. Okay. Oh, okay, well, that's probably fine. Oh, no, not fine anymore. Definitely not fine anymore. When you wreck me all the way. No, when you rack me, like Javelin Rack. When you rack me all the way. Congrats on maxing the Hunter of the Arena. I actually haven't maxed Orion. I got him, but I haven't maxed him. Also, hello, Joker. I'm going to be maxing Lancer, it looks like. I'm not super interested in maxing out Orion, though. And the main reason is because I feel like it works fine as, like, a lower level with lower energy. Paint. Don't really care about no paint. The Jav8 does more damage than my mom's belt. Astute observation. So if let's say we have a grav beam 12, which has a lower level than a grav 10, wonder if the implosion for each arm happens at the same time or at different times due to the level difference. They do not each happen. I know someone in actually at least my video and Scape's video for graviton beam. Somebody was spreading misinformation that using multiple beams makes the implosion time faster, but also reduces the damage, the implosion damage, which is not true. The accumulation, it accumulates faster, yes, but it accumulates in a singular instance. It's not like, okay, this one accumulated, so now the 12's implosion goes off. Okay, this one accumulated, so now the 10's implosion goes off. It's not how it works. Do you play T3 Arena? I've tried it, but I don't really like it. Like I said, I really prefer games with more players in it. When it's like 1v1, 2v2, even a 3v3. I can understand why they made the game the way that they did, and I'm okay with that. It's just not my sort of thing, is all. But yeah, it's the same thing as stasis. Once it applies, it applies. It is a singular, it's all the same effect. It's just a status bar. When you have, like, you can't double apply stasis, right? More stasis beam just keeps the stasis effect. It is a singular effect that is determined by the stasis effect speed. So if I used a max stasis 16, the stasis effect speed would be 1.96 seconds. If I used two of them, it would be half of that. But if I used a 16 and a 12, the effect speed is 2.62 seconds, which is lower. So that just means that it would stack in such a way where it's not quite half the time, but it's, it's also less, it's less than each individual time, but it's not quite half the time. It's just an accumulation speed. That's all it is. There is some testing for graviton beam that I need to do. I don't have access to the test server right now, but yeah, there are a few things that I don't know what's going on with it. You only have one stasis 16? That's because for any weapon that's 10 energy or more, when you get it to rank 6, it says equip limit increase. That means that instead of one weapon, you'll get two weapons. And that's the same for any heavy weapon. And heavy weapons are classified as, 10, 12, 16, 14 now. So any of those higher energy weapons start as one weapon, but then when you get them rank 6, then you get another weapon. This game sucks. Well, you're entitled to your own opinion. I think there's a lot of parts to it that I don't particularly like. Read my Mech Arena message, please. Oh, are you the one that DM'd me? Oh yeah, that's pretty obvious. Oh, there's multiple people. Oh my gosh. Who says live test server? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Sorry. Maybe I'm just understating it wrong. The pay to win aspect. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a clear there's a clear spending benefit, and I don't like that. They need to add more ways well, they need to add a way to grind. Like the way that it is, no one wants to have to play a tournament match. Like no one wants to play tournament. It's the worst way to have free to play grind. And the reason is because if you're not able to spend a lot of time on it, you're not going to get anything. And if you do spend a lot of time on it, there is a very set limit as to how much you can maximally, what is the maximum amount of resources you can get. Which means that people playing tournament are trying their hardest to play as little as possible, which is not what you want. That's not what you want for people like playing your game. But that's the truth. They are trying to play as little as possible so as to not waste their time. Tube Gamor, you are still spamming. Please stop. But yeah, like, and the fact that there's a battle point limit means that you can't just like keep playing CPC and getting crates for it, which would be fine, you know? Like if they allowed you to just play CPC and just get it as many silver crates as you wanted, that's fine. Like you can get A coins from that, you can get credits from that, you can get blueprints from that. Like that is all you need to buy and upgrade your stuff. So, well, except for the money events that they've been holding recently, but ignoring those, ignoring those, there's no way to really grind resources outside of playing the same map 50 times in a row. And I don't think anyone actually wants to do that. David, hello. How can you type so much? There's a brick house with two stasis 16 in the game on a picture in a 2v2 map. Probably photoshopped, or it wasn't two stasis 16, it was two stasis 12s. Red, hello. Which mech am I maxing today? It is going to be Lancer, I think. I'm going to have to recheck the poll that I put on the community tab. Anybody who didn't vote, feel free to, but it's looking like it's going to be Lancer. Tube is still spamming like crazy. I know, the next time he does that, I'm removing him from the channel so that he just can't chat anymore. Which, I might add, will keep you from participating in Acorn giveaways or any other giveaways. But if you're going to spam, I am completely okay with that. So basically, stop spamming. Because there is no way that I'm servicing you or dealing with it. Mortar spammers almost always get more points in tournament games than players who don't use mortars. Yeah, that's because of the kill score bonus, Tournament King. The stupid, the stupid perk of the weapon is really dumb. You're encouraging people to sit back and to do quite literally nothing besides hold down a button that physically won't let them fire unless they have somebody in their sights. So, like, you don't have to do anything. Like, you don't even have to be paying attention to the game. It was two stasis 16s? Well, feel free to send that screenshot on Discord, but it was probably photoshopped. or somebody who's hacking, but who knows? There's also a Guardian with a mystery mortar and a mortar 12 in the same picture. If you mean that, like, legendary mortar called, what was it called, Firework or something? It was in some random ad. It was basically just rocket mortar, but it was legendary and called Firework. If you're talking about that, then yes, I've seen that. But, like, that does not mean anything. It was just a screenshot from an ad. But yeah, anything like that. I don't watch a lot of videos, so I don't see a lot of things. I just watched, like, some of these videos with you know, images of, like, the graviton beams, like the official beam weapon guide or whatever such nonsense. I just watched that yesterday, but yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is, if there's anything interesting that I'm you know, and if you know, if you ask me about it and I don't know what you're talking about, just put it in the Discord, or you could put it in the Discord without asking me about it. I don't care. And if I have something to say about it, then I will say something about it. That's why I don't understand why the devs added that bonus point perk to the mortar weapon. Yeah, that was a really bad idea. Go to shop? Why? What's in the shop? There's a VRPG 14. So OP. I can hardly contain myself. Okay. Swipe all the way to the right. This is as far as it goes. Giant picture of Paragon with early stage disc launcher. Pedro, I don't understand that, so please speak English so that everyone understands what you're saying. Okay. We're gonna try. Okay, we're gonna max out whatever it is after this match. I'm gonna pull up the poll on my phone just to make sure that nothing changed. Yep. Ooh, 67 votes now. 75% Lancer though. It's kind of heartbreaking. That weapon is an early concept for Arc Torrent. It looks a lot like Disc Launcher, so I find that hard to believe. It looks like an electric weapon. Not really. Like, you can clearly see, like, the little, like, divot in the thing. Like, it's shaped like it's supposed to have discs coming out of it. Not like it's supposed to have electricity coming out of it. I'm about to die here. I was really hoping I could kill that Guardian before the kill shot killed me. I knew that the kill shot was gonna kill me. Make no mistake about that. I was just hoping I could get my damage in before that happened. Well, that freaking sucks. Oh god, 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 oh god. Nope. I would appreciate it if you didn't. Okay. Ryan is better than Stalker. Late game, I would actually say probably not. Because one of the best parts about Stalker is that you're able to get your HP back from it. Aww. Dang it, these bots keep coming in at like exactly the right times to be able to help themselves out. Like they've just got impeccable timing to help. It's really doing a service for that guy, but it's not doing a service for me. Damn it. Again. Just like, oh, why would there be anything besides a random Zephyr here to freeze me and to then get me killed because this guy's coming up? Like, it's all just working out horribly. Absolutely horribly. And it's not even so much anything that this guy's doing, it's just that his bots are in the right place at the right time. Every time. And it sucks. What? I crashed you, you hooligan? That's not even fair. Okay, well, at least everyone saw that, and they can all attest to how bullshit that was. The game is trolling me. Legendary Arachnos turret damage in the shop today. I'm pretty sure I've passed that up too. Why oh why? By the way, you guys should check out Ruffles' detailed video about the implant store system. Oh yeah, that was a relatively recent one. I went into a lot of detail as to like what the actual drop rates are for like all of the shop things. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. That was just the most ridiculous game I've ever had in a long time. Like, I lost by a lot very quickly, but I did basically the same as that guy. It was just a bunch of really bad turns of events one after another. Look at that. Disc 16. Arc 12. It's really dumb to me that pilots account for basically none of your squad power. Which means that people with max pilots and just like, they have like one or two, like everything's max except they have like one or two, sort of low rank weapons that are still high energy, but just like sort of low rank. And then their squad power is reduced by like 1,000, 1,500. It's like, oh my word, that is not how it should be. Like squad power is absolutely not a good indicator of how balanced something is. It really isn't. When you include pilots anyway. Honestly, even when you don't include pilots, it's really not. Is Guardian a good endgame mech? Yeah. I would say so. Because it's able to counter everything, regardless of what it is. I've been trying to get a dang missile rack radius for forever. Same. It's kind of the only implant that I even want anymore. Indian, hello. but missile rack radius is in the shop, but it's just like it's not going to be great. But I basically in the video I was talking about, I do basically outline all of the different, hoops that you'd have to jump through in order to get a specific implant. Like for me and you, we're looking for legendary missile rack radius. So like, how many days would that take of the shop refreshing on average? How many times would I have to refresh the shop in order to find it on average? Like, would it be worth it? Could I get it for cheaper if I bought, advanced implant crates with A coins? Like, what are the drop rates on that? Could I get it faster if I just used could I get it for cheaper if I just used the basic implant crate that I get every day? Like, what are the average costs, the average time frames that I'm looking at? And that's what I covered in relative detail in that video. Long story short, it's not going to be good for us. It's a lot longer and a lot more expensive than you want it to be. Just tell everyone the difference between rare arc range and a legendary arc range. Oh, that's true. I do say this a lot when people ask me, and I do mention it when I'm doing Hangar reviews. But I feel like there are probably a lot of people who don't actually know. The legendary arc range gives 66, I believe, 66%. Yeah, it is. 66% range increase. That's a lot, right? But the rare one gives 54% increase range. The difference is 12%, and 12% of 40 meters is literally like 5 meters. So a legendary implant at max costs twice as much as a rare one, but only gets you 5 extra meters. So you are much better off just using a rare one. In fact, I have a legendary arc range now, but I'm still using a rare one because it's not at all worth it to me to swap it out at the moment. The difference, it's literally a 5 meter difference, and the cost is like, what? I mean, I have it written down somewhere, but I don't necessarily feel like trying to find it. It's a good like 30,000 implant parts at least. Is it Hangar review time? No, not quite, not quite. Not even stasis damage. No, I mean, stasis beam damage doesn't show up in the shop, unfortunately. At least not the legendary one. I actually don't know about the epic one. I just bought disc 12 and dual copied it. I just need 1.5 thousand more 8 coins to upgrade Guardian and dual clip on it. And my disc 12 8 Stalker is a super beast. I have 3,000 SP and I face maxed bots. What do you mean by maxed bots? Like rank 5? I feel like I should explain something real quick for people. If you go up against a bunch of bots, let's say you're a lower SP, high-end game bots, meaning rank 5, that's the highest it gets. If you're going up against a bunch of bots and you only get 2 kills before dying, if you spawn something, you only get 2 kills before dying. And, like, let's say by the end of the game, you only get like 6 or 7 kills. Which is the average. That is like the average number of kills that is the average number of kills that the average player gets. The average, low power free to play. You killed 2 bots before they were able to kill one of you. You are the OP one, they are not OP. That is the simple truth. Regardless of how much, you know, you want to be like these people who are killing 20 bots with one single mech. That's because they have it completely maxed out. That's because they have a really big unfair advantage. But that doesn't mean that that's how it should be. That doesn't mean that that's what you should expect to get. If you think bots need to be nerfed while you're getting an average of more than 5 kills per match, which is very uncommon for people to get lower than 5 kills per match. If you think bots should be nerfed, then you are not looking for a fair game. You're looking for an easy game. Simply put. So if you want to argue that, go ahead. You know, the game can be whatever the game wants it to be, and you can want whatever you want the game to be. But don't tell me that you want the game to be fair, and then tell me that you're getting only 6 to 7 kills per match average, and the bots are too strong. You want the bots to be nerfed. Don't tell me that you want it to be fair, because you don't want it to be fair. Do boys play in 5v5? What does that even mean? Lots of people play in 5v5. Don't you still want the legendary assisted beam damage? I do, but it's only available in the crates, and there's like a basically 0 chance of ever getting it. Orion looks like it's from War Robots. Yeah, kind of. That's actually kind of true. You're so annoyed, Tournament King? Why? What do you say about Graviton Beam in Voltaic RPG? Like, as a combo or individually? Like, Graviton Beam's good, and VRPG 16 is actually fantastic, but the rest are garbage. I just got the 16 as well. In terms of Graviton Beam, I actually don't know the fullest extent of what they can do, because I was not able to use the Graviton Beam implants. In fact, are there any implants for this weapon? I am not even sure. I don't even know if implants for that weapon exist. There is an Aegis implant now, for anyone who wasn't aware, because that was kind of like a... They added it, but they didn't say anything about it. It's a dome radius implant. It doesn't really do a lot, but it's there for anybody who cares. I would like to get it, but it's not something that I'd probably use, even if I did get it, to be honest. What's better, Disc 16 or Voltaic 16? I would have to use them side by side to know that. And I would have to do it in the live server and not on the test server, to be honest. Although generally I would say Disc 16 is probably better. Voltaic, yeah, always, yeah, pretty much. That you're not inherently wrong. Although Voltaic 16 was super impressive to me on the test server. And I've only done that well with weapons that were really good, like Disc Launcher or Arc Torrent or something like that. So maybe it was just because it was a Voltaic and I was expecting it to do bad. But again, I'd have to try it on the live server and compare them side by side for me to actually know which one's better. But generally speaking, Disc Launcher's just kind of always... Disc Launcher's generally the best weapon, so... I've only pulled 2 legendary implants so far. Just happened to be great ones. To be 2 great ones. Legendary Arc Range and then Legendary Mortar Radius. Mortar Radius is good. I'm sorry about Arc Range because the rare one is honestly better. How effective is the Surge buff? It took it from the second to worst mech to arguably the best mech in the game. So, very effective. If you are able to save A-coins, to save over 9,000 A-coins, if you're able to save that many and get Surge, 100% worth it with the way that it is right now. Surge is incredible. Both GL16 and VRPGs are good. Yeah, VRPG 16 is good. 8 and 14, no, not really. And it's mostly because they have more ammo. The 8 has 6 shots, the 14 has 5 shots, but the 16 only has 4 shots, and that means that all of its, it does higher damage per magazine, and all of that higher damage is split between a lower number of shots, which means each shot does significantly more than each shot of a 14, and then more than twice as much as a single shot from an 8. Because my endgame team will have 2 pairs of disc launcher if I put disc launcher 16. I would not suggest that you double down on any weapon. You can if you want to. I would get into the details as to why you don't really want that, but I've gone into it before. I should probably just make a video on it and just refer people to that video. But I'll also probably cover it when I do Hangar reviews later, to be honest. But yeah, generally speaking, I would not ever recommend somebody have 2 setups with the same weapon, like 2 setups with Arc Torrent or Disc Launcher or Mortars or anything like that. They're effective, yes, but there are technicalities and very good reasons as to why you don't really want that. But it's possible. It's definitely possible. I was annoyed because of Legendary Arachnus implant in the shop. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I mean, I haven't gotten a Legendary implant at all in the shop in a little while, so it's not like if it wasn't in there, it would have necessarily been replaced by something good, you know what I'm saying? You're grinding to get the Disc 12. The Disc 12 is the only one that you need late game. Yeah, you don't really need Disc 16 to do well. I think the best Disc Launcher build is Disc 12 Stalker, although Stalker is not a free-to-play mech, really, unless you got it with the Aquin events that happened a while ago. But you could also use Disc Launcher on Killshot, and that's probably the second best Disc Launcher build. Or even Panther. But Panther has more energy, so you probably want Railgun on Panther if you're free to play and don't have access to Disc 16. But what I'm trying to say is you don't need Disc 16 to do well. Like, a lot of people use it, but it's not inherently better. It does more damage, but it usually replaces people's Railgun builds or, other high damage builds that they would otherwise be using, which isn't really necessary. Do you not like playing with Killshot? Yeah, I do not. I have never used Killshot in a quote real match. I've used it in a custom once or twice. But I think it's just it's over the top and it's ridiculous. And the same thing goes with Zephyr and Panther, but I didn't realize when I got them that they were completely OP, so I did level them up a bit. I leveled up Zephyr just for the sake of, because I wanted to rank 6, but Panther is still at rank 4, so. Never see him in your hangar. Yeah, that's the reason. I'll put dual disc launcher 12 when my Juggy is maxed. Fair enough. That's a good build too. Might be slightly better on Ares though if you have a good well-leveled Ares, but I guess it really just depends on which tank you prefer. Catch up with you soon, bye. Okay. See you later, Indian. Thanks for stopping by. Marvel's only has Killshot because he got given it for free. This is true. I was so proud of it being the only thing that I never bought, even though I could have so easily bought it. But then that bug happened, and I got given it for free, and it was kind of sad, actually. Okay, so Lancer's down to 73%, but that's still like a huge majority of people want me to do Lancer instead of anything fun. No, it's fine. So we will Get rid of all my coins. Yay, lots of points. Upgrade. And here goes the last of my coins. Upgrade. It was only 400, like it wasn't very many, so I don't care. Yay, now it's maxed out and I can use dual shotguns on, wait. Sure, we'll use it instead of Shadow for now. Did you max Lancer? I just did, yes. Me very happy. I imagine, Hamscon. I imagine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll probably do Brick House next and just leave Arachnos on the back burner. Because, again, it probably is my least favorite mech just because it's unfairly bad. Like, it doesn't need to be that bad, but it is. And people try to justify it by saying, you know, that it's free, but it's like, it's really not. You have to work. You have to work harder finishing the Arachnos Derby event than you do getting the resources to buy half of these other mechs in the progress path, so. Oh, I thought he was out in the open for a second. We'll probably do that for the sake of argument. Aw. Don't worry about me. I said don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Hi. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Oh my gosh. I was gonna say if I can kill him fast enough. Owie. Hold the phone. Nope, he's gonna dash at me. Wait, he's not. Oh, okay. Because he saw the beacon. Should have figured. I just need to survive. Just need to survive. Oh! Oh, God! Oh, God! Okay. Well, that didn't work out very well. Personal shield is better than Ares shield because a scout can go behind and kill Ares. I mean, that's true, but it also depends on how observant you are, I guess. Depends on the way that you like to play. If you tend to put yourself between enemies, then yes, you want Juggernaut because that'll protect you from all sides. If you tend to, like, angle yourself so that all of your enemies are in front of you, generally speaking, Ares is probably a little bit better. But there's a lot that goes into, you know, into that, and it more or less is just a matter of preference because they're basically the same. More people prefer Ares because it's slightly easier to use. But that's pretty much it. Cool. Now, who is saying what to me? I don't know who you are. Are you in my list? I doubt it. Nope, didn't think so. I was gonna say, I don't think I remember seeing that name. Your tube's mom, did he do anything wrong? He was spamming a lot. And that's really the only thing. Hyperion, hello. Why do I feel Disc Launcher 12 is better than Disc Launcher 16? Because it's got more versatility. The 16 is only usable on attacker mechs, and the only attacker mech that like you're ever really going to use that on is Panther. But you have other, you have other options for Panther. But a lot of people think, well, Disc 16 is the best disc launcher, so I have to get that. Oh, well, I guess I'm going to put that on Panther because that's the best mech. And it's just like, well, that really limits your options. Like, now your only option for Railgun, if you want to use it, is Guardian. And Guardian is just not as good with Railgun as Panther is. Whereas, you could have been using Disc 12 on something else and been doing just as well with it. Cut that out. Owie, 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 owie. Oh, that's a lot of people. I killed 3 of them, though. I could have potentially just kept going. But I'm a little bit scared because my health is not awesome at the moment. Oh my gosh, the shotgun spread is not the way that it used to be. Like, they did fix it. It's better than it was, but it is not back to the full spread. It really isn't. Ow! Should have seen that that was a Lancer and waited to jump. You're gonna tell his dad? Okay. Do what you gotta do. I think disc launchers 16 discs fly slower. They don't. The fire rate is slower though. So like you can't fire as many 16s as you could 12s in a certain amount of time. And the rate it's pretty minimal, but it's noticeable. I feel like the fire rate isn't the main thing that makes any real difference. Like, generally speaking, yeah, disc 16 does more damage than a disc 12. But you don't really rely on the damage so much as you rely on the, like, radius of it. So, honestly, like, you don't necessarily need high damage. What you need is the high radius so that you can do whatever damage that you're dealing to multiple opponents or to opponents, behind cover or something. I'm gonna put you in time. Like, okay, thank you, Sentry. I'm gonna keep my kid from spamming. Proceeds to spam. Why do I not believe that you're actually his mom? I feel like that's an alt. But I was suspicious of that already. Can you do Hangar reviews? I will in a bit, but I want to use Lancer first. Tube's mom, more like Tube's mom's account. Pretty much. Okay, that time the spread worked fine, but like, I don't know what it is. Sometimes the spread just does not seem to work properly. Oh, I had enough firepower to kill that guy. I actually wasn't really paying attention to how much health he had. I just saw that, you know, I just saw that he was there, so I was like, nah, I should reload before taking on the next guy. But lo and behold, he had very little health. You guys should be able to take care of that, I think. Ow. Oh, God. Stop. Hate these javelin wreckers. Oh, wow. Okay. Hey. 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 Help me out. Oh, you stupid. Back here, you cretin. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, don't help me out. Don't worry about it. Definitely didn't want any help. Oh, God. I didn't realize that there was an MD right there. Like in 10 more minutes? I mean, probably not 10 minutes. 10 minutes is not very long. Let's use... Oh my gosh, you're getting in my way, dude. There we go. Disc launcher 8 good on Juggy 4-star. Yeah, probably better on Killshot 4-star. But it should be fine. Okay. I definitely feel like shotguns are making me get too close, and I don't really like that. What do I want? Gauss rifle. I want Gauss rifle. I always want Gauss rifle. But could try missile rack. Missile rack isn't horrible. It would suck if I ran into a real player with this because... Okay, I think for the sake of argument, I should... Oh, yep, no, that was good. Do that just in case. No, we're gonna proceed. I don't have enough acorns to clear my limit anymore. I'm so broke. So you want to ban Tube's mom too? No, we just put him in timeout. I'm pretty sure that wasn't Tube's mom though. I'm pretty sure that was just an alt account of Tube, who just wanted to keep spamming. Everything was fine until they just started spamming out of literally out of the blue, and it like wasn't even anything that made sense or anything relevant. Okay, look. I didn't ask you. Oh my god. Oh crap. Probably should wait to... Why are all of my bots dying like immediately? Well, I probably should not have fired that off. Cool. Well, I got one, but this guy's gonna hit me. Yeah. Bots only fire at me, and it sucks. Alright, you guys are freaking stupid. My god. I actually don't care about beacons right now. I want death and only death. Aw, crap, I should have realized that was a bad idea. He's completely silent. Look! These bots ruined it for me. Oh, I hate bots so much. It's a complete crapshoot is what you're gonna get. Kill mode on. Yeah. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous when you get these idiots on your team who are actually incapable of putting any effort into, like, using their heads. You spawn in, and the first thing that happens is all of your bots leave your home beacon. All of the enemy bots just like storm your home beacon. Like all your team is just like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna wait for this guy to do it. Like, if you didn't grab every single beacon, you're going to lose. If you didn't get every single kill, you're going to lose. If you don't do everything for these pieces of shit, then you're gonna lose. And it's stupid. Bots should not exist in this game. But they do, and there's very good reason for it. Well, I should say there's a very good reason that they don't get rid of them. And that's okay. I have accepted that. It doesn't mean I like it, though. Well, that was a lot. I'll take it. My boyfriend's saving up for disc launcher. But he also wants railgun. What should he buy? Disc launcher 12 is better than railgun, generally speaking, I would say. Especially since railgun, even if you did dual copy it, you couldn't put both of them on anything unless it was maxed out. If you get two disc 12s, you can put two disc 12s on a Panther before you max it out, if you wanted to. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Best friend. Fair enough. You abbreviated, so I read the abbreviation. Let it out, Ruffles. No, 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 no. I should be more objective about things. Alright. There should be a dude coming out of that. Whether or not it's a good idea to try to fire at long range, I think I know the answer to it now, but... Okay, so if for whatever reason... Oh, dang it. This is why I don't like Missile Rack. It's the only thing that I don't like about Missile Rack. High risk, high reward, I suppose, and I'm okay with that, but like, I feel like it doesn't have high enough reward to really be worth it half the time. Okay, well that was just incompetence on my part. Okay, well I give up. Wow. Fine. Hey. You're not getting away from me, you cretin. Get out of here. Okay. I want him to think he can fire at me. Oh, well this guy can definitely fire at me if he wants to. Damn it. The hell are you doing? Go away. The hell even is this? It's like everyone's just suddenly in a kill shot and they're all dashing at me at the same time. My God. I don't know why everything just feels eternally stupid now. Is there even anything different? Like, come on. Come on. Alright, I need to... Oh, I actually wonder what I got. Oh, a crate. Could be worse. Okay. Okay. Misarek is fairly situational. It's a situation you don't really want to get Lancer into because it forces you to get close, I think is what I'm discovering. It's basically impossible to do any type of range killing with Missile Rack unless they're frozen by a Zephyr. That said, I can always try to jump up here. Yeah, no, that obviously wasn't going to work. There we go. There's a lot of them over here. If I miss one, I might hit another. There we go. Thought so.
kind of aim for groups with these things. It's kind of the only way to get any type of range killing. There we go. I wish there was a projectile speed implant for Missile Rack, honestly. Well, there we go. Aw. He almost did what I wanted him to do. Well, they already had it under control. Not sure why I even bothered with that. I can go down now, though. There we are. Shotgunades are better on Tengu. I mean, I prefer them on Shadow more, but yes, they're really good on Tengu. They're the best weapons for Tengu, but again, if I have Shadow in my hangar, I'm not going to take them off of Shadow, just because I much prefer shotguns on Shadow. Is that a loud beep? I feel like this happens every time, and I feel like nobody understands what I'm saying, but, well, they understand what I'm saying, they don't know what I'm talking about, which is not necessarily the same thing. Okay. Let's get in here. They are moving up a little bit, which is not good. Come on. Thank you. I love how a single Javelin Rack Lancer can just, like, kill all of my teammates. Just like, well, guess y'all are dead now. Sucks. You guys are kind of going in a group here. Uh-oh. Damn it. Nope. If any of them spawn back in, I'm going to have to drop down. Oh, yep, there we go. At least I know that that MD isn't going to be able to kill me with the missile racks while I'm in the air. No way. Okay, if he takes enough shield damage... Okay, there we go. I was going to say, my 8s should be enough to kill him if he takes enough shield damage at least. And that's why I don't use Missile Racks. Yeah, it is something that you really have to get used to. And I'm still trying to get used to it. I don't use them often enough. I like using them, though, because they are a bit of a nice challenge. Sentry and HP. Hey, guys. Sentry's still in here. Okay. Are shotguns range implant useless as arc ones too? No, actually. Let me go to inventory. I don't remember what the exact percentages were, but they're different from arc torrent. Shotgun range. It's right here. 50% at max, as opposed to 66 for arc torrent. The other one is a
are 33%. So the difference in this case is 17%, which is, you know, not a lot. It's slightly more than 5 meters. But the thing is that since the maximum range for shotgun is also lower with legendary, that means that you're forced to get closer to enemies. So if you want to stay as far away as possible, you're going to want the legendary as opposed to the rare one. For the arc torrent, the reason that the legendary is kind of pointless is because you're already 60 meters away. Like with the rare range, I'm already able to kill people at 63 meters away. So I don't need 5 extra meters because I'm plenty far away enough that I can, do what I need to do. But with 50%, that is you get 60 meters max. Well, technically shotgun has 39 meters base as opposed to 40 meters like arc torrent. So 50% would be more like 59.5, or no, 58.5. So probably more like 58 is like the maximum range, as opposed to 33%, which you get an extra 13 meters, which is like 52, yeah. So 52 as opposed to like 58. So 6 meters difference is not a lot, and you could definitely get away with using a rare one for probably as long as you want to. But just because, like, there's the fact that it keeps you significantly closer than an arc torrent does. So it is better. Not to mention you do significantly more damage when you're close up, and increasing your maximum range also increases your optimal range, which means, increasing it more means that you get more shotgun damage further out. And shotgun has a lot more damage fall off than arc torrent does. I would say legendary shotgun range is definitely worth it. Not necessary, but definitely worth it. Okay, are there any other 8 energy weapons I want to try? Stasis beam. Ooh, we could try a single voltaic RPG. It would be magnificent. It's not going to end very well. Alright. VRPG, disc launcher, or railgun? Which one? I know a lot of people are going to say, the average person will probably say railgun just because, I don't know, throwing a railgun on something seems to tickle people's fancy, but use the disc 8s unless you already did. I don't think I have. So the disc 8s instead of a single 16. I like that I have more range than other arc players. I mean, that's fair, but it's 5 meters. They can close that distance if they want to. Like, let's be real about this. If they really wanted to close that distance, they probably could. Let's do shotguns on Stalker. I really never do that because Stalker's like maxed out and it can use significantly more energy than that. But it should still be pretty darn good. Disc 16. Yeah, I'll probably try 2 disc 8s and then a disc 16 after, just to see. I know that a single disc 16 is technically going to do more damage, but I like
I like having 2 weapons as opposed to 1 weapon that's stronger. I feel like it just kind of gives me a little bit more options. Because, like, I can fire 1 if I want to, as opposed to having to fire both, necessarily. But yeah, Disc 16 should probably do better. Okay, this map. I gotta not be stupid with it. Which might be an issue. Ah. So much radius. Disc launcher's base damage radius is like 10 meters, which is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, that's kind of sad. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Jump. I could take that beacon, but I don't really care that much. I am a little bit more interested trying to take care of all these dudes. Oh, they're gonna steal my kill. Oh, hi. Oh, really? Fine, be that way. Oh my god. If I were to just not do anything, the entire match would go to shit. And my team would lose horribly. Even though they're basically all dead. And it should be super easy, but no. Okay, so my 8s are kind of weak, and I'm not sure that's going to get me what I'm looking for, so. Gonna have to try. Actually, just unequip that. And do this. We'll probably try railgun after that, for the sake of argument. I feel like a single railgun might be okay on Lancer, though. Which is why I kind of want to try it. Oh my god, why? Why? Hide user on this channel. Report. beautiful. Sentry! Why are you doing this to me? Why is this happening to me? Face my wrath. The Lancer Wrath. Face my Lancer Wrath. Who? 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 Okay. Merry Christmas. Ah! Okay.
First tubing now that.
I know, but that's not tube. Unfortunately, I kind of wish that it was. It's just a bot. Out of here! Ow. Gosh. Y'all using... You running in a squad for a Sentry? You're hard enough to deal with on your own. You don't need no squid squad. Squidster squadster. This isn't even, like, kind of fair. It's easy to move back and stay out of the range after practice. I mean, bots, yeah, sure. Because they don't got much range, but I feel like other players, if they actually know what they're doing, if they're not just whales, then they're not going to they're not just gonna run at you, you know, with their slightly inferior range. They're not just gonna, like, full send charge at you and try to get in range. Like, they'll be a little bit smarter about it. Sentry, you fiend. If you're gonna fight me by yourself. Or at least make sure that you give some of your teammates to me so that I can fight back. No, it's fine. DJ, hello. Why can I not delete these messages that this bot put into the chat? That's really annoying. I'm trying to remove it, but it won't let me. Oh, same map. Okay, this was a map I was actually kind of excited for. Because I can get up on top. Eh. Stop being horrible, people. Aw, they stole my kills. That's kind of mean. I missed. Are you kidding me? They kept... Okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Everything's fine. Jalen Rank's freaking threading the needle. Okay. Okay. Actually, I wonder if I could fire through that. Oh, I can. Barely. It's not exactly practical, but it is a thing that I can do. You kidding me? Aw. Come on, somebody can kill him, right? Thank you. Getting a lot more assists than anything else. Yeah, I definitely don't really have enough firepower for this. Damn it. The lip on that is just like, just large enough. I keep misjudging it. Can you, oh, they can seriously fire under this bill? That's not even good for me. It's not good for me at all. I probably shouldn't have jumped down, in all honesty. Okay. Try to get up. My gosh. Everybody's shooting at me. It's so scary. Oh my gosh. Finally survived the entire thing.
Barely got any kills, though. Hello from the other side. Was invited to a squad, to be honest. I did think, what if we ran into Ruffles and then Bruma slaying the other team? And you were like, oh, fair enough. Have you tried Railgun? I have not.
I was actually just about to.
This should be interesting. I probably should have put Disc Launcher back on Stalker, but it's fine. Okay. Alright. After this match... Yeah. After this match,
we're gonna do Hangar reviews, I guess. For a little while. What are... I have barely... Nope. Don't want that. I hate my life. Even more so. Oh my god. I'm about to just like let them kill me. I'll go over here. Not sure why. It's not like I'll be able to protect anything. Can shoot them if they're standing still, at least. Hate that I wasted a shot on an assist. It's kind of really bad. Okay, look, you clearly have better things to be shooting at, but you're not shooting at them. Instead, you're shooting at me, and I don't understand why. No. Why are you coming up here? What the hell? Okay, now you're just trying to make me miss at any cost. That's not even fair. Freaking glitched out of my way. Oh my god. Hey, stop. Damn it. Basically accepted that the universe doesn't want me to get kills with this anymore. I say anymore, but I never really was anyway. Was I? Haha, awesome. Love it. What are your thoughts on Arc 12 versus Grav 12? Well, Arc 12 is probably better. I have no like solid proof of that, but it's probably better. Well, you guys suck. I was just trying to have fun. Whatever. Hope they at least felt good about it. I need to... Wait, what the hell? Oh. Well, that would be why. Duh. Eh. I think, just for the sake of argument, I'm going to... There we go. Not for any good reason, but just because. Alright. Hold on. Is there anything else that I wanted to do? I'm trying to think. I don't think so. Alright. I will be back in a minute. Yeah, go ahead and put your IDs in the chat. I'll start doing Hangar reviews. I'm gonna be back in a sec.
Alright, sorry about that. You got her on? Yes, I did. One 34, 9, 8, 8, 6. Okay. Sentry's kill shot's been on the last level for a while. So this is... I'm hoping you're just messing around with that, because that's honestly not a good idea. Although shotguns on Tengu are good, Arctorn on Stalker are good, you're stuck with a railgun on Surge, and that's not at all optimal. And this is part of the reason why I say, sure, you can throw Disc Launcher onto Panther, but that doesn't necessarily like give your Hangar the best overall effectiveness. Like, a single railgun doesn't do that much. Honestly, like it does hit heavy, but if you need an entire mag to kill someone, you're not gonna have a good time ever. I mean, apart from that, you know, you can stun people and then hit them, so you in the back or something. So like you make sure that you always hit your shots, which is nice. But at the same time, not great. Trying to think of what else you would probably want. I mean, considering the mechs that you have. Sentry, hello. Welcome back. I'm just taking a look at this thing right here. Considering the mechs that you have in your hangar, shotgun on Tengu is your best option. Railgun on Surge is not great. You want either shotgun or arc torrent or missile rack. I'm trying to think if there's any other weapons that I'm forgetting. I don't think so. Yeah. So shotgun's not really available. Best weapon for Tengu, you wouldn't really want to take that off. You're better off having railgun on Panther, putting the disc launcher on Stalker, and putting the arc torrents on Surge. That's just kind of like the best. That's kind of the best arrangement just in general. I'm trying the railgun just because why not? Okay, yeah. That's what I said when I first saw it, was like, I'm pretty sure you're just messing around with it, but yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not really sure what else you could do. Like, if you didn't use railgun, you'd have to use, like, you'd have to rearrange your entire hangar probably, which is unfortunate. So, I feel like I'm missing. Well, you have carbines, actually. You have decent carbines. So if you get Surge to 20 energy, carbine's actually not horrible on it at all. In fact, carbine's probably better on, like, carbine's really good on Stalker, and Arc Torrent's really good on Surge. I feel like Arc Torrent might be a little bit better on Surge, though. Although, you know, Stalker with the extra damage and Arc Torrent, it's good, but I feel like you can get more use out of it with Surge. So something to consider once you get Surge to 20 energy, at least. I had Disc 8s on Surge, since I have 2 really good guided pilots. That's fair, that's fair. You did get Stefania, didn't you? Alright. Alwyn 404-313-99. Yes. I mean, I like your skin. I don't have that one, but that's my favorite Paragon skin, so. Disc Launcher Surge too. I mean, you can throw Disc Launcher on anything and it becomes good because Disc Launcher itself is good. But again, it's the same thing like I said. It's like I said with Disc Launcher on Panther. Yes, Disc Launcher is the best weapon. Yes, Panther is one of the best mechs, as is Surge. You can throw them together, and what you create is a good build in a single instance, but that does not necessarily maximize the effectiveness of your hangar as a whole. If your railguns are, if you're using a single railgun on like something random that's not going to do you any good, then your railgun build is effectively worthless, meaning that your overall hangar effectiveness is worse off than if you just put the railguns on Panther, which are slightly worse, but it's one of the best mechs, so it's still going to perform well, just not as well as if it had Disc Launcher. But that's not the point. You got to think further than the single instance, really. And I mean, otherwise, I'd just suggest everyone just use Arc Torrent, Mortar, and Disc Launcher on literally everything. But that's not really what I'm after. You can do things the way that you want, and a lot of people really only use 1 or 2 mechs in their hangar, especially against a bunch of bots. But yeah, I'm talking about hangar effectiveness as a whole. That's what the hangar reviews really are. Apart from that, it's kind of up to you to figure out what you want to do. You have disc gates as well, just not being used. That's fair. So it's not a lot that I can say. It's not a lot that I can say about this hangar because it's very early game. It's very early stage, and I actually was not. I was not able to observe the effect of pilots on the early stages of the game. Disc 16 and 8 on Surge and Disc 12 on Orion. Yeah, again, you could just throw a Disc Launcher on anything and it becomes a generally effective build. Especially since your name implies that you play mostly tournament. It's a lot easier to use Disc Launcher in tournament than it is in CPC. Because CPC has a lot more maps that are, well, for one thing, the maps are random. It's not the same map every single time for a single day. But also, there's a lot more maps in CPC than that are not super optimal for Disc Launcher. And, you know, if you have multiple Disc Launcher builds in your hangar, when that happens, you essentially have multiple relatively useless builds. But again, yes, you can throw mortars on anything, you can throw Disc Launcher on anything, but that's not what I'm talking about. But yeah, in terms of this, I can't really effectively judge it, I don't think. I don't think I'm terribly qualified. Although you do have 12 energy and you're using a thermal 6 and a thermal 4, so I would just put another 6 on there. Okay, 3, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 4, 7. Okay, so Arc Torrent Stalker. You said that you had Disc 8s, but I actually think Disc 8s would be better on Stalker than Arc Torrent. You don't even have a Disc Launcher built in your hangar, which is scary. I mean, it's like good for you. If you don't use it just because you don't want to, it's fine. You know? Like, I'm not gonna say you need to be using this or you need to be using that. I say this just about every time. If I were to review my own hangar, things would not look well for me. Like, I would personally recommend that I don't do any of the things that I do if I'm looking, because I assume when I review someone's hangar that they're looking for the most effective setup possible. Ghost, welcome. in terms of that, you're going to want Discgate on Killshot probably. I know I did say Stalker, but Javelin Rack on Stalker is not nearly as effective. And Arc Torrent on Killshot is not as effective as Disc Launcher on Killshot, but Arc Torrent on Stalker is pretty much just as effective as Disc Launcher on Stalker. They're both similarly deadly. So if you're looking for effectiveness, definitely Discgates on Killshot. Missile Racks, those are good. Those are fine. Shotguns on Tengu, that's fine. And then your snipers on that. I wouldn't worry about Gauss 10. Just, yeah, just upgrade long arm 10. Gauss is horrible, but I'm glad you have it there, just for the sake of having it there, because that's kind of funny. You got long arm range and long arm damage. You don't have any third implant. Anything that would do something, like a ability damage, or not ability damage, ability cooldown, ability duration, those would be good ones to throw on there just for the sake of throwing them on. You don't need to upgrade them, but having it on will do better, will do more than, you know, not having it on. Okay, these are fine. Skystrike stasis duration doesn't really do a lot. I wouldn't upgrade it much, if at all, but, you know, you can throw it on there if you don't have anything better to put on there. You got that Arc Torrent range going, and that's good. You got the mag size, that's good. The damage you have at level 2, that's also good, because you don't want to upgrade that too much, because you will replace it with a better one. Predator Drive Heal, that's also good. It's not necessarily something I would level up a lot, but you have it at level 1, so that's not bad at all. I would say ability cooldown or ability duration would do better than Predator Drive Heal, but you know, if you don't have that, the heal implant it'll help you out a little bit. Ooh, wow. Ability duration, pulse range, and missile rack damage. All legendary, all level 4. That's pretty good. Those are all good ones. Although, I'm not really sure if missile rack reload... Well, I guess because your duration is so high that your reload doesn't really matter. By the time you get your ability back, you have your weapons back too, so that's fine. Dash distance doesn't do a lot. Like, it maxes out at what? 32. So you'll get 13, yeah, you'll get 13 extra meters at max when you dash. Like, what does that actually do you, though? Like, when you really stop to think about it, the dash distance is very, like, it's something that you really don't utilize. Like, yes, you use the dash a lot, and you could be like, oh, well, Ruffles, I use the dash to get to the center beacon faster when the game starts. Like, okay. If you didn't have the dash distance, would someone else beat you to the beacon? Because if they did, then that means that they're right behind you, even if you do have the dash distance. And whoever gets there first doesn't make a single difference in the world. It's whoever kills the other person first. So, like, after that, at that point, the distance isn't actually doing you anything. And you could be like, well, Ruffles, I can now melee dash people and hit them from further away. It's like, Killshot's so fast. 13 meters is like, I mean, currently it's less than 13 meters. Currently it's 16%. So it's half of that. So you're looking at like 7 meters. 7 meters, you can traverse that in less than a second of just moving forward. It can help. I'm not saying that it doesn't help. What I'm saying is that the amount that it helps is not near worth the amount of implant parts that you'd need to spend in order to upgrade it. So yeah, anything better, like javelin rack range would probably do you better than that. But otherwise, a fairly solid Hangar. I would just put disc launchers on that. Kill shot is the main difference I would make. Thanks for checking me out. No problem. You're not good at using it yet, but I'm saving for disc launcher 12. I struggle with long range maps. Fair enough. You probably should have a sniper in your hangar if you struggle with long range maps. If you find that a certain thing tends to get you, tends to beat you out, then you probably need that certain thing in your hangar somewhere. Or at least the counter to that certain thing, which is usually just the certain thing. So, I mean, it's fair, but disc launcher's a really good weapon, and it's honestly pretty easy to. It's really easy to get the hang of. So just use it for a few games. It'll be weird for a little while, but you'll get used to it pretty quickly. His Zephyr is a monster. I can say that because of that range implant. Oh man, you can say that because of any of those implants. It's kind of terrifying. Won't the Stalker heal implant allow you to be rather tanky and allow you to stay on the front line? That's the wrong kind of playstyle to have, but so long as you are fed consistent kills, that is the case. So long as you are able to keep getting kills. It doesn't give you more HP, it allows you to heal more HP. And if you're throwing yourself out into the fray, and you go up against other players, you're going to lose to them pretty much 100% of the time. And you could attribute that to them having better stuff, or being higher squad power, having an implant or a pilot that you don't have, or being pay to win, or whatever that you want, but it really wouldn't be the case at that point. You are correct, though. In terms of Stalker implants, that is the best one. But I think that it's reliant on you getting kills, right? Like, it only helps you during your ability duration while you're getting kills. So it's a much smaller percentage of the time than, like, ability cooldown or ability duration, which just allows you to get more damage out while you have your ability active. And you're dealing damage almost 100% of the time that your ability is active. So you get more general usage, general benefit from longer ability time or shorter ability cooldown time. And which one you want really depends on what weapons you have, to be fair. You probably want longer duration if you have slightly sustainable fire weapons like Arc Torrent, because not only can you fire for a bit longer than other weapons, it also takes a little bit longer to, like, fully recharge it. So you can get a lot of usage out of more damage time, but, also keeping your cooldown the same. But if you've got, like, Disc Launcher, you're going to want shorter ability cooldown, because the time that it takes to, fire all of your disc launchers isn't that long. You will have extra, you'll have extra Predator Drive ability time for you to, like, wiggle around with if you need to, like, kind of pause and take careful shots and do whatever that you got to do. But the reload is quick enough on Disc Launcher that you get your weapons before your ability cooldown is up. So shortening the ability cooldown means that you can get more general damage output. So yeah, it kind of depends, but in terms of Stalker specific blueprints, implants, you are correct. It does make it a bit more tanky, which is great against bots, especially if you're a bit higher level than the bots that you face. Then it can basically just make it so you can just tank through all of them. But if that's not the case, or if you go up against real players, then it's not going to do you a whole lot of good necessarily. Ghost 13131 462. I see Arc 12s on Stalker. That's very good. In terms of like these two, I do very often say Disc Launcher is the best. Disc Launcher Stalker is the best Disc Launcher build. I hold to that. I fully believe that is true. However, you know, how much better is Disc Launcher on Stalker than Arc Torrent? Not much better. How much better is Disc Launcher on Killshot than Arc Torrent? I would say significantly better. At least more, it's a higher amount than, you know, on Stalker. So doing it this way is the better option. Railgun Panther, nice. Missile Wreck Zephyr, also nice. Random Lancer, not sure why that's there. I'll get a Sami Pilot. What should I do with her? I'll get Surge and rank it to 6-star, have Arc 10s. I have rank 6 Ares and Disc Launcher 8s. You only have them that way because the tourneys? What do you mean? If you mean these, keep them the way that they are. Because if you can only put the Disc 12s on one of these mechs. So, and it's better on the Killshot than the Stalker not because Disc Launcher Killshot's better than Disc Launcher Stalker. That's the wrong way of, you know, thinking about it. It's because of the balance between the two. Disc Launcher Killshot plus Arc Torrent Stalker is better than Arc Torrent Killshot plus Disc Launcher Stalker. That is just the way that it's doing the matchmaking thing. I am curious about that, yeah. If you have this Lancer in here to lower your squad power, then I am very disappointed. Otherwise, yeah. Missile Rack on Zephyr is nice. Although, like, if you had Shotgunites, that might actually be better. Because it might be it'll be less damage per shot, but at the same time, you have slightly better sustainable damage. So if you freeze multiple enemies, you can take care of them easier. You know, Sentry, it doesn't work like that. I mean, it kind of does. Matchmaking the way that it is right now, the enemies that it puts you up against is dependent on your squad power and your XP. It's not fully one or the other. It is a combination of the two. So lowering your squad power by a lot doesn't always put you up against weaker players, but it sometimes does. It usually puts you up against weaker bots, though. Even if the players are stronger, the bots are usually weaker. So yes, intentionally lowering your squad power does indeed do what Sentry is implying that it does. I don't use Stalker against other players because their mechs are better for that. It's for bots, but I don't have the heal implant. I mean, that's true. That's true. Stalker is more of a bot farming mech. I find that Disc Launcher Stalker works super, like, crazy effective against real players because, you know, you can just, like, kind of double tap them sometimes and they're gone. But I definitely get where you're going with that. And if you have Stalker as basically your designated bot farming mech and you build it and you play it in a way that is specific to just farming as many bots as possible and not really dealing with players, then that's completely fair. You probably do want the Predator Drive heal on that. You could also take the damage. If you have a legendary pilot, you could also probably get away with using the damage penalty implant so that you take less damage You take less extra damage when your ability's active. So, so yeah. But yeah, it also kind of depends on like what weapons you got on there. So, if you're not doing the matchmaking thing, then what is the Lancer doing there? At my point, I'm only getting 5,000 plus players. I mean, that's what you should be getting if you filled up your hangar entirely. I mean, that's what you would be at, is what I'm trying to say. Actually, you'd probably be more than that. Because each of these builds is probably about 1,000 squad power. So you'd remove this, which is probably worth like a couple hundred at most. So you'd be at over 5,000 if you had a full hangar. Well, just keep in mind, Ghost. If you weren't aware before, which, you know, it seems to me that you weren't, but if you weren't aware before, you are aware now. Lowering your squad power like this does generally make the game easier for you, and is technically considered a form of cheating. People don't know if you're doing it on purpose or on accident. In this case, it seems that it was on accident, but no one's going to know that, so they could report you anyway. Whether or not Plarium does anything with it, that's up to them, I guess. In terms of like what they would do, I'm pretty sure they'd just like, I don't know. They'd probably just like keep you from playing for a little while, like pause your account or whatever. Give you a timeout basically for a few days. I doubt that they would do anything. I honestly doubt that they would do anything with this, but just keep in mind that, you know, by doing this, you are technically, it could be considered cheating, because it does do things that you may not have otherwise realized. But I mean, otherwise, in terms of this, you got the missile rack radius implant. I wish I had the. Why do you have ability damage on here? This was clearly meant for a different mech. You probably had missile racks on. You probably had missile racks on Killshot at one point. And this is honestly the reason. This is the main reason that I will always say, don't put ability-related implants on your pilots. If you do, ability cooldown, and that's it. And the reason is because, especially if you're not a completely endgame player, you will be changing around your weapons. You will be changing around your mechs. You will be moving things around at some point when you get more, like, you know, when you rank something up and you get more energy, when you max something out and you get even more energy, you'll move things around. And when you do that, your mech specific implants are then useless. You have to spend to take them off, or wait until you can take them off for cheaper. And until then, you're just running at a lower capacity because some of your implants are worthless on the mech that you have it on. So ability cooldown affects everything, and it helps everything. It's not necessarily super useful on everything. Like ability cooldown on Lancer, not super useful because it gets its ability back fast enough. But generally speaking, if you're going to put a mech implant on something, make it ability cooldown, or don't put it on at all. Especially if you're using a build that you're not necessarily building toward. Like right now, you have a couple max mechs. These will probably stay the way that they are for a very long time, so that's fine. But especially for like lower players, this is more for This is more for like lower power players rather than like you specifically. Um, but it does kind of apply to everyone, especially as they're like climbing the ranks. Um, should I actually? Yeah, why not? Railgun reload, that's good. Don't waste your time with a rare railgun damage, because there are better ones out there that you can get relatively easily. And well, I mean, I say easily, but it's not really that easy. But yeah, I mean, you can spend like up until level 4, you're not spending that much because it's like it costs 1,500 to get from level 3 to level 4, but then it costs 5,000 to get from level 4 to level 5, and that's not worth it because you're still only gaining 2%. Like the amount that you have to spend versus the amount of value that you get for it, not at all worth it. Same thing with disc launcher damage. The disc radius is good though. Arc range, good. Arc damage and arc mag size. Okay, so you got the two better ones are maxed out, so that's good. Damage is better than mag size. Damage is always better than mag size for any weapon, and the reason is because they both essentially just give you more damage output per magazine, right? Like one gives you more physical damage per shot. One allows you to fire more shots, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, in a full magazine, you get basically the same amount of extra damage output. The difference is with damage, you deal that damage faster, and you're able to unload and or reload quicker than if you had an extended magazine. With an extended magazine, the extra damage is only dealt at the very end, once you've already fired all of your shots. Once you've already fired most of your magazine, I should say. Which makes it just slightly worse. Not much. Still very useful, but just slightly worse. One guy lowered his SP by only putting one weapon on 4 of his crappy mechs and chase speed of 44,000 points, only to come second in tournament. Yeah. Of course, you kind of need like no life in order to get that many points in tournament. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna crap on anybody who plays tournament a lot. If you like playing tournament, then that is absolutely awesome for you, because I find it so boring. I wish that I liked it more than I do, really, because that would make it easier for me to get more resources and such. But yeah, you will find people like that, you know? You kind of need no life. Look, I am not inherently wrong when I say that, though. There's a lot going on in this that I have feelings about. Okay. We'll start on the left. Mortar on Zephyr is pointless, because with a mortar build, you stand still, you do literally nothing. You don't need Zephyr. Zephyr is fantastic for stopping mechs and dealing lots of damage at close range. And by using the EMP, you can keep them from firing back, you can keep them from running away, you can keep them from doing literally anything. All they can do is like sit there and wait for you to kill them. Using Javelin Rack, Rocket Mortar, Disc Launcher, Stasis Beam, any beam weapon, sniper weapons, including Railgun, any of those weapons, using any of those weapons is a generally bad idea in terms of maximizing the usage of Zephyr. Basically what I'm saying is your Zephyr is useless here. You could be using a Paragon. You'd be doing just as well. Pulse cannons on Stalkers. Interesting. You want to put the disc launcher 8s on Stalker, 100%. Like, there isn't even like a small doubt about that to me. Pulse cannons are basically worthless at the point you are, well, maybe not quite yet at the point you are in the game. You're still in the point of the game where pulse cannon can be kind of useful, but it's becoming less useful, and I'm sure you've realized that. You're going to want to replace them eventually. You may as well do it now, because this build is also not optimal. Why? Because in order to use one weapon, you need line of sight. In order to use the other weapon, you can curve it around corners and keep people from being able to hit you. So you can't use either weapon. You can't use both weapons at the same time, which means that you're either using one or you're using the other. More often than not, you're dealing only half the damage that you could be doing by just, doubling down on disc launcher or doubling down on some kind of sniper. I would throw on a long arm 8 or something, I guess. I mean, you do want some kind of sniper build. That would help. Stasis beams on Killshot. Now, I don't think I've really ever seen anyone use stasis beams on Killshot. I'm sure there's probably a good reason for that. But Killshot is also the kind of mech that you could do fairly well with, even if you didn't have weapons at all. So, you probably could throw just about anything on there. But what I would actually suggest is put these weapons onto Killshot. That is a very popular. Mortar Killshot is very popular. Because you can kind of get out of the way of other people trying to mortar you. And you're going to want the disc launchers on Stalker. And you're going to want full long arms on Guardian. You're going to want missile racks on Zephyr, or shotguns, shotgun 8s if you have them, which you probably don't because they're really good and everyone uses it if they have it. Or arc torrents on Zephyr. And then you could use, on Panther, since you have 24 energy, you could use something else. As to what, I don't really know. If you have the Stasis 8s, you might have the Stasis 16. If you do have Stasis 16, you can put a 16 and an 8 on Panther, and that's not too bad. But yeah, if not, feel free to let me know or figure it out for yourself based on, all the advice that I give other people. Because I give this advice, and I do these Hangar reviews not because I want to tell each individual person, do this, do this, do this, don't do this. You need to be running this, you shouldn't be running this. I want to explain to people why they shouldn't do things, why they should do things, and so that they can make the connections themselves, like, okay, he said this to this other person, but that also kind of applies to me because I've got something similar going on in this scenario, so I could also do that thing and make my life better. So that's more or less what I want from all of this. But yeah, your Panther might be doing slightly worse if you change this stuff around, but your Zephyr will be much better, your Killshot will be much better, your Stalker will be much better, and your Guardian will probably also be much better, to be honest. You'd be doing less damage, but at least you'd know, hey, I should stay at long range and snipe them, as opposed to, should I get close? I've got a disc launcher, but I've also got this weapon that if I get closer than 75 meters, it doesn't do as much damage, so yeah. No, I don't like it either. I don't want to go that high. I mean, fair enough, yeah. I mean, if you don't want to, then you don't. Then you're not going to, right? To be honest, it's kind of like he's trolling. I mean, none of these builds make sense. You're not wrong. I feel like he's just trying to mess with me. But yeah, Tournament King, you are. It kind of like brings me to something that I really don't like about the game, just in general, is that like I don't know, the fact that they limit you in terms of, how much XP you can get, how many games you can play, how many tournament games you can play even. You can't even, like, they don't even give you tournament tickets for free. Like, they limit you in all of these different ways. And it basically gets people in the habit of trying to play as little as possible. Like, people are trying their hardest to not play because they don't want to, because they can only do a certain number of things, and they're going to do as least amount as they possibly can, which is not like, that's not the way a game should be. Like, you should want people to want to just constantly play your game, but that's not the way that it is, and it's super weird that they decided to go with this kind of thing. Just doing it to quickly max out my stuff and then not have to grind so hard later on. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Anyone who grinds tournament, like, kudos to them, because that really is the only way to get decent resources, which is unfortunate. But as the game is, it's just kind of like the unfortunate truth. So anybody who does it, I'm fine with that. It just sucks because it really is super boring. Master, hello. We're doing Hangar reviews right now. If you want one, go ahead and put your ID in the chat. Satvik. Oh, this one I just did. Yeah, Sentry, I'm trolling Ruffles. Next time I'll come with more stupid builds than these. Oh. I'm gonna have to put you on a list then. Because I don't want to waste. I don't want to waste my time telling him what you already know. You know? I don't want to waste my effort and, have to think hard and long about how to get the most out of, like, the crazy things that you throw in for me. Even though it's, it's something that you already know, like, you're already aware of, and you're doing it just for the sake of messing with me. It's like reviewing. It's like when someone gives me their friend's ID for me to review. It's like, you're missing out on the most important part of this. You're missing out on the exact reason that I do it, which is explaining to you, here's why you do and don't want to do these things. Because if I tell somebody about their friend's hangar, they're going to go to their friend. They're not going to explain everything. They're not going to tell them everything I said. They're just going to say, he thinks you should change this to this. And that's just going to be the end of it. And that defeats the entire purpose. $12, $11, 0.8, 6, yes. You sure that's your... You sure that... No, Master, that's not your ID. I've seen you... Oh, 122. I was gonna say... There we go. I was gonna say, like, I've seen you before. Okay, very yellow hangar. Looks kind of nice, actually. Shotgun zone kill shot, that works very well. Although, you might want to switch these, but we'll take a look at the rest of everything first. Guardian with Arc Torrent does work pretty darn well. Paragon with Jeffs, and Panther with Gauss Rifle. Interesting sniper choice. Really. I would focus on the Gauss 10, because the Gauss 6 is probably something you would never really use later on. grinding tournaments is less boring than doing those achievements. Oh yeah, no, I can't grind achievements either. It's just, oh, it's so repetitive. It's like, it's not what I want to do. Are any of the Voltaic RPGs worth it? Yes, the VRPG 16 is, it seems like it is actually really good. The rest are garbage. Not even the 14. If, like, you're tempted to get the 14, if for whatever reason you could get it, don't bother. It's not good. 8s are also garbage, but the 16 is pretty darn good. It's kind of sad. In order to win the playoff, you have to not play. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You'd have to take a break for several days. And even then, I said this a few days ago. I don't know if you were there, but, you know, even if you were, there's a lot of other people listening that didn't hear this. My alt account, the punching bag one that I used to use for a lot of testing, I got on to that in the last, like, what was it? It was the last hour or two of the playoff. I got onto that. I managed to just upgrade a bunch of really, really, really cheap items in order to finish the thing. And I was like, man, if I finish it this late, I might just, like, get top by default. But no, I finished it. I wasn't even in the top 80%. There was somebody with 50,000 points already. It's basically impossible to win the playoff without spending some amount of money. It really is. It really is. Because even if you play all day, every day, all someone needs to do is spend $10 and they've got all of those points that you just got. In one video, Mayor got 73,000 playoff event points. Yeah, he probably opened a lot of event crates. That's gonna help. He also probably upgraded some things. That also is gonna help. You know, it wasn't the kills mostly. I can guarantee that if he actually played any matches, it wasn't the kills that he did. But there's also, you know, like, tasks that which are like spend certain amount of A-coins, and it's like, again, it really just benefits the people who are willing to spend. So how did he do that? He probably used a bunch of A-coins and upgraded something, because if he opened up all of the event crates of a certain event, right? Let's say he did this for Orion. I don't know what it was that he did, but it should be pretty easy to replicate it. Let's say he opens up all the crates for Orion. He gets tons of points from opening up event crates. He then uses a bunch of A-coins to upgrade Orion, which was another task, I believe, was to upgrade him. And you get even more points from upgrading him. But he also got even more points from using A-coins, because that was another thing. He used 200 A-coins. So he gets even more from doing that by buying the blueprints that he needs. So, yeah, like Sentry just said, I didn't even need to see it. I didn't need any context as to what this was. It's super easy to simulate. All you need is somebody who's willing to spend a bunch of resources and or money to just, you know, open a bunch of crates, max out whatever it was that you got, and then you're good to go. And you know, just successfully got like 100,000 playoff points in 10 minutes. Like, it's good. Like, good for him. He spends money on the game because he loves the game. And I'm okay with that. I've spent a lot of money on the game. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, he's paid to win, blah 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 blah. All I'm saying is that the concept of getting tons of points in a super short period of time is not that difficult to figure out. It's so easy for people who are willing to spend money, and that I kind of have to just, when people talk to me about it, I can give them tips about how to get the most amount of points possible, sure. But like, if they want the top 3 prizes, they're gonna have to be one of the top 3 people. They're gonna have to confidently call themselves, one of the top 3 people willing to spend the most. It's the only way you're gonna get it, because that's the main way that you're gonna get points, is just by spending money, and that's really all I can tell people. It's like, if you want a top spot, you're gonna have to be one of the top spenders. And it sucks. I don't like it. Okay, anyway, let's get back to Master. So this is okay. This is okay. What should you do in this case, though? Right? Because like I said before, Missile Rack works well on Zephyr against a single enemy, but what happens if you freeze multiple enemies, which is it's not very uncommon at all. What happens if you freeze multiple enemies? Then, in that case, you're going to need more than just, Missile Racks, because you get one shot and then you're done. A single Missile Rack 8 probably won't kill anybody. Well, it could kill some things, but it probably won't kill the majority of things. So you're going to need slightly more firepower over a slightly longer period of time. So do you use Arc Torrent? Do you use Shotgun? You could use either one. I would say Shotgun, though. Because Arc Torrent, the main benefit to using Arc Torrent as opposed to Shotgun is that you get more range out of it. And you don't need range if you're using Zephyr. You really don't. So may as well use Shotgun. The same applies to Guardian. If you system crash more than one opponent, which you can very easily do, you're going to need weapons that can, deal more damage. So you're not going to want to put the Missile Racks on Guardian, because you're only going to be able to take out one enemy if you do that. Even though you could system crash multiple people. Does that apply to Killshot? No, not really, because it's already a really bad idea. Like, you could, but it's already a really bad idea to dash into somebody when there's somebody else close by. Unless they're literally, like, hugging each other and, like, right on top of each other, and you're going to deal the ability damage to both of them, which is not super frequent, then it's a bad idea to do it. It's a bad idea to, dash at somebody unless you know that you're going to kill at least one of them instantly. You're not going to want to dash into multiple opponents. Which means that you only need the firepower enough to deal with one enemy. So Missile Racks on Killshot are a much better idea. In terms, Shotgun works better on Killshot. But in terms of maximizing the effectiveness of all 3 of these, Missile Rack on Killshot works almost just as well as Shotgun. However, Shotgun on Zephyr works significantly better than Missile Rack. So the overall effectiveness goes up, as opposed to, staying where it's at. You get some negative, but you get more positive, which means that you're generally better off. That's really the only thing that I would change. In terms of, like, pilots, I'm not even sure I should really bother. People kind of know, like, anyone who's got questions about pilots, like, I feel like I'm just saying the same thing every single time. Don't upgrade Arc Torrent damage if it's a rare one, because you're going to find better ones, and the amount that you'd have to spend to get it from level 4 to level 5 is absurd. It's 5,000, and it's not worth the 2% of extra damage that you get. Here, the ability cooldown, that's not bad. Missile Rack reload, that's good. Having it at level 4, that's good. It only cost you 1,500 to get it from level 3 to level 4. So that's a worthwhile, it's not too hard to get 1,500. So that's worthwhile. Ability cooldown, if you were to move that onto Killshot, that would actually help quite a bit, I think. Shotgun range, shotgun damage, shotgun range is great. You can max that out, and you can get some decent range from it. The legendary is probably better, so if you've got a legendary, you'd want to replace it. Not so much for Arc Torrent. If you got a legendary Arc Torrent range, you're honestly better off just leaving the rare one. But the rare shotgun damage, same deal. It maxes out at 12%. The maximum amount of, damage boost that you get is not that much. You only get 2% for each level. So spending 5,000 plus implant parts on 2 extra percent damage is not something that you would even notice. You wouldn't notice the difference. So spending so much on something that's not going to actually really do you any good whatsoever, not worth it. I'm not really sure why you have the VRPG reload on here, assuming you were using VRPGs on this at one point. But yeah, I'd replace that with like Javelin Rack range or something if you're planning on using that Javelin Rack build long term, which you probably aren't. What you're going to want to do is replace this with mortars at some point. Don't get the 8s though. Don't get mortar 8. Just get mortar 12 and level that up as much as possible. Same thing applies here. How much did it cost to get an extra 1 or 2% extra reload, Gauss rifle reload? It costs like 1,500. That's fine. To get it to level 4, that's worthwhile. Not too hard to get 1,500. How much did it cost to get an extra 2% of Gauss rifle damage? It costs you 5,000. That's not worth it. Leave it at level 3 or level 4 at most. And that's what I would say. What mech am I maxing? I already maxed it, and it was Lancer. But yeah, I don't want to have to keep repeating myself, but I feel like a lot of people aren't really hearing me when I say it. Spending the money for those rewards isn't worth it. Yeah, that's true. You can get, if your concern is just to get those rewards, you can get those rewards for cheaper. But the thing is that like something that a lot of these people won't talk about, because yes, like any influencer, or not even just anyone who talks about the playoffs, they're gonna talk strictly in terms of what do they get for it. Well, that's not, they could spend less and get the same amount of things, so why are they spending that amount to get that thing? And the super simple answer to that is that they're not spending that amount to get that specific thing. They're spending that amount because they spend a lot on the game. They would spend that money regardless. They would spend that money whether there was a playoff or not. They just decided to spend it during the playoffs so that they could get more for their money. And that's completely valid. The issue is not the spenders. The issue is the way that the playoff is basically rigged to, only reward people who spend. Yeah, it does sort of encourage people to spend. Maybe somebody who wouldn't spend much spends a little bit more. Maybe people who would spend a lot spend a little bit more, but generally speaking, doesn't really change anything. Lancer's a great mech. Yeah, it's definitely there. You're stuck now, like you're broke. You have to play more tournament. For as much as you might hate it, I hated it too. It was super boring, but you kind of have to. Which, I'm not a huge fan of, but it's, a different story. Only do it if you want to upgrade things within that time frame of the event. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, if you want the most number of points, then there's ways of doing that, but generally speaking, unless you're willing to spend a lot, you're not gonna make it. So whatever it is that you want, sorry to crush your dreams, but you're almost definitely not gonna get it. I'm gonna quit the game in 1 to 2 months. It's getting out of hand. I mean, fair enough. You're not wrong. If you stop enjoying the game, then you shouldn't keep playing, because that's really just what the game is for, right? It's just for entertainment. You downloaded it for entertainment. So if you're not entertained anymore, if it's more frustrating than anything else, then it's not doing the thing that you got it for. So don't play it anymore.
All right. This was Shadow. Okay. And that irradiation ham's gone. So what's going on with this last mech? Congratulations on the Orion, though. I'm gonna assume that you're not really spending much, if anything. You probably just got lucky with that, so that's cool. But even if you did spend on it, it's still cool. This is a good build. This is a good build. This is really not a good build. Panther is super, super useful. Stasis barrier keeps people from shooting at you, but you can still shoot at them. So when you use mortars on it, honestly, when you use mortars on anything, you can basically attribute that to this mech's ability does not exist anymore. This mech is purely a vessel for my mortars. You can try to argue with me about how much you move around and try to get different angles and how much your ability is super useful for keeping back people who get too close. Generally speaking, it ain't doing crap. You got it for free. Yeah, that's fine. Congratulations. That's really nice. I figured as much, but it is a really good mech against high level players. But yeah, generally speaking, whatever mech you put mortars on, the ability is essentially gone because you're not really using it, and you're definitely not using it to its fullest potential. So you could throw these mortars on a Paragon or any other attacker that has this amount of energy. Open up that last slot and then put Panther in there. Probably, well, you got 28 energy, right? No, I'm not playing tournament, sorry. Yeah, you got 24 energy. It's not a lot that you could do with 24 energy unless you get disc 12, which you could do, but then you end up with 2 disc builds, and that's not necessarily the best idea. I mean, you could use Carbine or Missile Rack. Carbine's way too expensive, but you could use like Missile Rack and put Arc Torrents on Zephyr if at all possible. And yeah, you know, you might not get as many individual kills with Panther, but at least it would be doing something. And you would be getting just as many kills with Panther as you would with like Paragon or Arachnos or literally anything else. I have a Panther as a mortar vessel so that I at least have something good. But that's not good. You're not utilizing the Panther. You can't just say good weapon mortar plus good mech Panther makes extra good build. Like, that's not how it works. You throw these weapons on anything that can carry it, it's gonna do just as well. Like, you're better off putting these on Arachnos, putting Panther in your 5th slot, and literally having no weapons on your Panther. You're better off that way. Because at least you can utilize your stasis barrier and go capture beacons or something. But you wouldn't do that if you had mortars. Because all you're going to do is stand there. So, you're actually better off if you do basically anything besides that. Unless you don't really like Panther, then, you know, that's fine. My entire hangar is trash. Okay, but it doesn't have to be. This, actually not, I don't think I've tried this yet. I might have to, but it could be good. I can see the merit behind it, for sure. If you could put well, maybe not even that.
was gonna say if you could put 2 like arc 6s on, that might do better, but like you don't have very much survivability with this thing. Since it's rank 3 along with like all of your rank 4, rank 5s. Means that you're probably going up against like rank 4 bots at least, so it's not gonna survive super long. So that's probably a good idea, but you're gonna want to get an extra mech in your hangar. That will very likely increase your win ratio at least. Panther's only mech that's 24 energy. And for your last slot, you don't have 8 coins. I mean, fair enough. Do you have anything that's close to 24 energy, though? Like 20 energy? Like, if you have any other attacker mechs that are 20 energy, like Guardian or Paragon or Arachnos or anything, then it would probably be worth it to rank them up, get the extra energy, you know, put the mortars on that, and then you're able to free up your Panther, which is a significantly better mech, and use other weapons on that. So that would probably be worth it. But you probably want to unlock that last hangar slot first, if I'm being honest. So, but yeah. I understand the situation that you like find yourself in. Is that like you don't have like the only 24 energy mech that you have is that one. Five, 7, 7, 4, 7, 3, 7. It's a lot of 7s. Okay. Radiator. I'm using Ares with Arc 10 and 6. I have Guardian with 20. Okay. Guardian's a good mech. So ranking up Guardian, you will probably end up using him later at some point. So yeah, just throwing the mortars on Guardian. For the time being, you could put Guardian with a Mortar 12 into Mortar 8 and just leave it like that until you're able to rank up Guardian, and then you can put on the 12 and the 10. And then 2 12s eventually, like this guy's got. And yeah, then you'd be good to go. And you could put like long arms or something on Panther. So this is fine. This is good. This is good. This is good. And this is interesting. The Missile Rack 8. You're probably better off just using an long arm 8. Like, it's going to be low level. And you might think, like, well, you know, that doesn't make a lot of sense because the damage per magazine is, you know, blah, 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 blah. X amount lower. But you can't really think of it in terms of damage magazine. Because if you are actually using the long arm 10 the way that you should be using it, then you're keeping it at a distance. And when you're keeping it at a distance, your missile rack is worthless. It's not hitting anything. It might hit something once per battle, but that's pretty much negligible. Like, that's negligible damage. If you didn't do that damage, you wouldn't notice between the overall performance of the battle. You wouldn't notice. So you're better off using a long arm 8 because you can at least consistently get the extra damage. It might not be as much, but it is consistently more damage. Now, I've had a lot of people try to explain to me about their hybrid builds and how amazing they are. And, you know, maybe the missile rack was just a filler weapon, but there are a lot of people who try to make builds similar to this, which are basically like, okay, you know, the missile rack is for close range and the long arm is for long range. So, you know, I have something for every situation, but that's wrong. It really is just wrong. And I will explain to you why. The reason is because when you have a sniper or when you have a close range, that completely determines the way that you play the mech. You're not hanging back with missile racks, but you do hang back with snipers. So you can determine whether or not you are generally close or far away from your enemy. You are able to determine that more than the enemy can. So if you give yourself a flexible build like this, and if that was your intention, then you don't have a specific, you're not good at anything, really. It basically means that if you decide to hang back, you're dealing, partial damage. If you decide to go close, you're dealing partial damage. You're not getting full usage out of any decision that you make. No matter what you choose, you're not doing it as well as you could be doing it. And that's a bad situation to put yourself in. So, yes, I understand how intuitively people it might seem to people like hybrid builds are good for, flexibility's sake. But for the most part, there are some situations where people can get close and catch you off guard, blah, 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 blah. But for the most part, you determine how close the enemy is. So, yes, that's what I got to say about that. If I were you, I'd replace the missile rocket with a longer mate. It's not going to deal as much damage per magazine, but it will deal more damage over the course of the battle. That said, the rest of this is looking pretty good. You got entirely rare pilots, which is interesting too. It seems like you're you're focused a lot more on the mechs and the weapons than you are on the pilots, which is honestly the way that I've been for the longest time. You should try to get yourself some epic pilots, though, especially for Panther and Killshot, which are probably your main mechs. So, I'm just trying around because he looks interesting. Oh yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Actually, at your point in the game, he is going to be very good against pay-to-win players. If you run into pay-to-win players or any players that matchmaking gives you for no real reason, if you run into somebody with significantly more XP than you and significantly better stuff, Orion is going to really help with that, because I have done very, very well with that mech, and it's a couple ranks lower than the enemies that I've fought. It doesn't always do well, but it's a lot easier to do well against those high power players than using other mechs is. Because it makes them take more damage, it makes them slower for a little bit, but primarily they take more damage from everyone. It's like a selective overheat, but you don't have to, use the beam to accumulate it. What about my Arc 6 and Grav Beam Shadow build? You should be using Thermal 6 instead. Honestly. I'm sort of curious as to whether or not Thermal Lance affects the implosion damage. I don't think it does. But even still, beam weapon's not super optimal for Shadow. And the reason is because it forces you to play very linearly, which is fine for a lot of mechs, but for Shadow, although you can play Shadow linearly for sure. The best, you can get the most usage out of Shadow if you play in a slightly more, shall I say, chaotic fashion. And the best way to get that is with shotguns. That's why if I'm using my Shadow, I'm putting shotguns on it. Because the best way that I've found to use Shadow is that chaotic, unpredictable type of playstyle that you can only do with Shadow. You can only have that playstyle with Shadow. Anything else, it does not work. Period. But you can do it with Shadow if you practice and get good enough. Which I spent a lot of time playing Shadow, so I have determined that is the way that I want to do it. It's not for everyone, but it is the most effective way to get the most amount of usage out of the mech as an individual. And yeah, in that case, I suggest shotguns. If you're using anything else, then you're already not really doing what I would suggest you to be doing. Otherwise, I would just say don't use Shadow, use something else. But Graviton Beam sure sounds like it's going to be fun on Shadow, and I definitely want to try it at some point. Just for the sake of trying it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do Hamsgun real quick, and then I'll get to you, Oscar. 193. Uh-huh. Oh, that's right. I forgot he's using Cheetah now. Okay. So Lancer and Cheetah. Cheetah's not bad. What do you got? You got 10 energy. That's interesting. I would say Cheetah's probably better with Javelin Rack than Lancer is. And you might try to argue with me about it, but honestly, I would hold by that. I really would. Because at least Cheetah can like defend itself at close range. It can also like lay traps for people, and you know, kind of get the most out of that that Javelin Rack kind of playstyle. It's decent on Lancer, but it's not necessarily like necessary. You could use Disc Launcher on Lancer if you really wanted to, although you only have one, so that would be potentially an issue. You could use double Arc 6s on Lancer. I would say that could be pretty good. Arc 6 is a stupidly powerful weapon. Missile racks on Zephyr are good. Mortars on Guardian. I mean, all you need is something to hold the mortars, really. So that's fine. Long arms on Panther are good. You gotta focus on that. Long arm 10. Unfortunately, it takes so long to duplicate the long arm 10. It really does. Aoden Gult, hello. Am I still going? Yes, I'm still going. I'm gonna be ending soon though. Just getting the last of the Hangar reviews done. I would say, Hamsgun, that your next course of action should probably be to get an epic pilot on whatever mech that, you know, is the most effective. I don't say whichever mech that you use most often, I say whichever mech is the most effective. You could put it on Lancer or Cheetah, but I would say probably Zephyr, honestly. Seems to be that it's probably your best mech. I tried Thermal 4 with Graviton, but the damage was so much lower. I mean, yes, with Arc Torrent, the damage is a lot higher, but it also forces you to get closer, at which point you may as well be using an Arc 10 and an Arc 6. So, like, there's an argument to be made of, you know, you don't want to use Thermal Lance because Arc 6 does more damage, but then there's a counter argument to be made that's basically just like, why are you using Graviton Beam at all? If you want more damage and you're going to be that close anyway, you may as well not even be using Graviton Beam. But the Grav Beam, I feel like you want to take advantage of that 100-meter range, which isn't awesome, but it is pretty decent. I'm pretty sure that Thermal Lance doesn't help the implosion damage, which is sad, but you could try to pair that on a medium or heavy mech with a stasis beam. And I am super curious as to how well that goes if you try it. Because that's something I'm going to try at some point. Implants. Do you have any specific implants that are notable. Like, again, I feel like I'm just kind of saying the same thing over and over and over again. If I have to say it every time, then clearly no one's listening to me, and I may as well not even be saying anything. These are all fine. Focus on the reload as opposed to the damage. Radius is good. I would leave it there, though. Also, ability cooldown on this is pointless, because your ability cooldown is incredibly fast. It's like the fastest in the game. It's 3 seconds. And then damage and range, that's not bad. But yeah, you probably want disc launcher damage on here, because since you only have a single disc 8, you're not dealing a lot of damage. So even like a rare damage implant at like level 3, excuse me, and then put the ability cooldown instead of the missile wreck damage probably, or get an epic pilot and then throw that onto there with the Samson. I think you can get Nova in the shop. Yeah, you should be able to. So yes, that is what I would do. Oscar 96 399 00 Shadow. Ooh, is that a VRPG 16 or 14 that I saw? Hold on. Hey, stop it. I can't tell. I haven't seen them enough to know the difference between the looks of it, but that looks like a 16. If that is a 16, that is actually a weapon worth investing in. Hold on, forgot to go to here. Okay. So you got some interesting things going on here. You've got the Missile 6, but not the Missile 8. I don't know if you didn't bother buying. It's a 16? Nice. The RPG 16 is actually pretty darn good, Oscar. Just letting you know. If you have Missile Rack 8, then obviously you should put it here. Or no, you only have 18 energy. Never mind. I, for whatever reason, thought that you had 20. Okay. So yeah, never mind. Don't upgrade the Missile Rack 6, though, because it's kind of pointless. Just focus on the 12. Nova Scotia. I've said this a lot of times, and I really don't want to. I'm not going to bother explaining it again. You could find this in any Hangar Reviews stream that I've ever made. I've always gone over this multiple times. Kill shot dash distance is not worth it. Replace it with something else. Ability cooldown, ability damage. Mostly ability cooldown, though, because it's fairly likely that you'll put these missile racks on something else when you max out kill shot. You'll probably use like mortars, or maybe double disc 12s, or maybe, any number of other things. But it's fairly likely that you won't keep this build the exact same. But if you put on ability cooldown as opposed to other ability implants, then you know that that's going to help whatever mech you put it on in the future, regardless of what it is. Shotguns on Zephyr are really good, though. Basically, Grav Beam 10 has way more ammo than Arc 10, so I swapped Arc 10, but kept Arc 6. Interesting, but more ammo doesn't mean more damage capacity. So again, you're not necessarily getting the most out of it. In order to get damage from the Arc 6, you got to get close enough to where the Arc 10 would be effective. And by the time you lose damage from your Arc 6, you're probably already not really... You're probably not fully engaging people with your Grav 10 if your Arc 6 is out of ammo. You're probably kind of hanging back. Maybe kind of lightly terrorizing people with the Grav 10, But for the most part, you're not full sending it. At which point you may as well just wait, get all of your weapon damage back, and then full send it. And do significantly more damage significantly quicker. I get where you're coming from with this, but that's... I'm just explaining to you... I mean, at this point, Tournament King, I'm 100% certain that you're just using Grav Beam for the sake of using it and because it's fun. And I have no issues with that. I'm just saying that it is not a better choice than Arc 10 if you're already using an Arc 6. Anyway, no implants on this. I would throw literally anything on there. If it would do something, put it on. So you're focusing on arc damage as opposed to arc range. That's not a good idea. Because you see that you spent 5,000 implant parts to get from 8% to 10%. Cool, that's 2% more damage. At level 3, your arc torrent range is already 27%. So just based on the numbers, you can already tell, okay, this one gets me more for my resources. But also, since range is the biggest shortcoming of... it's the biggest issue with arc torrent, maximizing the range will maximize your effectiveness. And damage is the next implant that you're going to want to deal with, but it is not as important as range is. Also, you know, you don't want it over level 4. You don't want to upgrade the damage over level 4. Arc torrent range is a different story, because the difference between the rare one and the legendary one is literally 5 meters. So max out the range implant, but do not max out any other rare implants. Unless it's shotgun range, then I guess you could max that one out. You would want to replace it with a legendary if you had it. In terms of arc torrent range, though, if you had a legendary implant, it's so much cheaper to just upgrade the rare one, and the effect is essentially the same, so it's really nice. You may as well just keep it. For this, Panther Stasis Time does you basically no good. Like, if you had a ability cooldown implant on here, what would that do for you? That would mean, okay, hey, I can get my ability back faster. So after my shield goes down and I take cover, I can then put out my stasis barrier quicker, get out of cover, and be able to fire at people and, you know, kill them slightly quicker than if I had to wait longer. What does Panther Stasis Time do? That simply means that if someone happens to get caught in your stasis barrier, they are slower for a longer length of time. That is pointless, because even though, yeah, it'll do something, but how many times could you honestly tell yourself, man, I would have survived that if that guy was in stasis for half a second longer? Like, no one has ever said that. Like, that doesn't happen, because if they're going to kill you, they're going to kill you. They already got through your stasis barrier, whether they're in stasis or not, for a couple extras, like, even if it was a couple extra seconds. Like, it's not going to do anything. The general effectiveness versus the general effectiveness of other implants, not worth it. Long arm damage and railgun damage. Okay, fair enough. If your end goal is to get this to be a railgun build, just a double railgun build, I would focus just entirely on the railgun. Just if you have it, put on railgun reload and just leave it at that. Okay, I think that was everything. Yes. So thank you guys for sending me your IDs. I know I probably sounded a little bit harsh in some of that. Most of it, though, just keep in mind, most of the things that I say are they are generalized facts. It is not necessarily this is my opinion. It is a generally speaking, this works better than this. So if you are interested in getting the most amount for, if you're interested in getting the most effective hanger possible, then these are the small optimizations that you can make. It's basically like when you send me your ID, you're basically telling me to nitpick you, right? Like, it's nothing huge in most cases. It's just small optimizations that you can make based on what I know is objectively better or worse or whatever, you know? And you can take what I say at face value. But if you don't want to do it, if you have more fun using some random build, that is literally all that I do, is I just use random builds for fun. And I use non-meta things, not for any reason apart from the fact that I can. So, don't take any of this personally, please. I'm not trying to call anybody, I'm not trying to call anybody out. But yeah, it's just small optimizations. So just keep that in mind. I appreciate all you guys being here. Probably gonna call it here, I suppose. But yeah. I I still need to do my Acorn giveaway for the month. I keep forgetting about it. I'll try to upload that tomorrow, but no promises. There's a link to my Discord in the description of the stream. You can join that there, and you can talk to me whenever, ask me certain things. I'm not gonna do full hanger reviews on Discord or anything like that, but if you just have a general question, feel free to ask me at any time over on that. There's also a link to my Facebook down there, so you can friend me in the game. Well, not in the game, but on Facebook. So, technically you'd still be able to be friends in the game through Facebook. So, that's there now. Apart from that, that should be everything. Thank you guys for joining. I will see you later.